Yeah, so I mean, it will be all here, as usual. So any new trades and however the month is going, but I'll just make a backup copy, just keep everything here in a canvas. So if like any new guys who comes in, the Slack always gonna reroute you here to start here, right here, and these two. So then the canvas is just gonna we're just gonna keep all the information is here, how everything works. Okay, so Elliott wave. I mean, I only do it when I'm in a mood. I I mean, it just I don't know, like probably I spent probably like I don't know 15, 20 minutes this week to be honest. I don't know, I'm just kind of off from these wave counts and stuff. I'll make one, but I really I don't need it to be honest if you just ask me, you know. But the wave count is really good for picking entries, you know. It because with the time and price and things like this, so upside and stuff, I can always project the upside. I have swings will does the same thing. So the wave count and the swing is exactly the same thing. So there's nothing really if you had a one swing here and second, so if you want to put a label here, which is fine, but to measure this third, you know, I can just do it by the swing. I can label that thing. So it really doesn't make a difference. So it doesn't has to have, not every single thing has to be labeled. So if we want to go up here to a 100%, we can do that. We can do a 161.8. We can do 200%. We can do 261.8. So and the wave count is going to give you these same ratios right here. So swing is going to do the same thing. So this is what we're targeting right here to the upside, So the main key is we want to catch this move, So this is the alpha. This is where the alpha is. Not here, or not here either in four. This is the tortured wave. This one is gonna destroy and mentally exhaust you, because when price makes such a huge move to the upside, it's the same thing. It could either go sideways, it could just it's the same. We just looked at Amazon, so it could stay sideways for months. So it's the same thing right here. You see, why not? It just stays sideways for a long period of time, and now it's breaking out. So now it's gonna have to make some room to the out to the upside, is because the consolidation here was pretty extended for a very long time. So I'll give you the same example on the Google chart. You see, same thing here. Made a move up, sideways, continuation. So now when you look at a bigger picture of Google, well, Google has pretty extended quite a bit. So now you just compare the same move down to this April low, right? This is the April low right here. So then the Google made a move all the way back up. It hasn't really pulled like this, like the Amazon did. It just went all the way back. You see how much room this stock had made? Then Amazon's trying to go sideways for an extended period of time, and then it's breaking out. So this is a very typical price action for Mag 7 stocks. If they run, and then they're just gonna take a pause. They'll take a pause for quite some time, and then they're just like looking for some sort of a news to eventually gonna break. Either it's gonna be on earnings or something is gonna come, and then you just get the continuation. So it's a very similar that your your what you need to do as a trader or whatever, if you do your technicals, you need to look for charts to one after another to see how they trade, meaning that Each chart has their own personality. So when you compare the price action, because I know, it's going to be a different company, it's going to be a different earnings, different fundamental, whatever but the nature of the price is the same, right? We're not talking about individual companies. So if the price will make recovery like this, does it go sideways? Does it pull back? Because what you're trying to do is you have this high pivot right here. This is your low pivot right here. So when you're going to break this pivot, that's where you're going to make your room to the upside. So it depends if you break the 10 bar pivot or you break the 20 bar pivot. Okay? So then 10 bar pivot, basically what you're looking for is 10 more days, okay, of higher bars to the upside. Okay, so then from here, when it makes the move to the upside, then it pulls back. That's when the swing must go down to form the lower pivot. So now the pivot forms from this is the upper pivot, this is the lower pivot. So now what you're looking for, like, okay, if the trend is up, so you're looking for continuation. So now we have to watch our pivot zone. We know where the pivot high is, we know where the pivot low is, because it already broke from here. So those ones are gone. So now it forms an upper one to the upside. So any pullback comes back here, this area right there is going to act as a pretty strong support because that's where the breakout happened, you know. So then from there, you just look for continuation as long as the trend continues. If it's starting to back off, then it forms a new pivot here to the downside. Yeah, now the trend is turning down because you're not forming upper pivots now. You're starting to form lower pivot zones. So, so these are the things you gotta have to watch. The pivots are very powerful indicators for every price. Where does it break out? Where the basically is what you're looking for is the previous swing high and a previous swing low. Okay, so that's where it forms a pivot based on the time and price as well. So it's a very good way to track the price along with time. So when it breaks, so you just gotta have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This has been 6 days now for Google. So it's gonna spend 4 more days. So you gotta have to at least do 10 bars. So if you do 20, 20 is gonna be a much bigger time. The Much take a much longer time frame. So that'll be 20. So you have to count 20 days. So it doesn't mean that 20 bars or 10 bars are gonna be all to the upside. You're gonna have, you know, a down bar, you're gonna have an inside day, you're gonna have a reversal day in between. So like Google broke right here, right? So here's your breakout. That's your one. This is the higher bar here. That's the higher bar. So this yesterday was a lower bar right there. So it's counting. You have to count at least 10 bars to the upside. So yeah, Meta is. I gotta show you here on this one. I was looking at this thing last night. Right here. This is Meta. So Meta took a punishment, right? We discussed this thing last weekend, right? Remember, this was the pivot right here at 721. And remember, it broke that and it formed this new pivot to the downside. And well, I couldn't predict earnings. But then last week when we talked about it, we said I even said I says like, this thing has been broken to the downside. There's a new pivot formed here. Okay. Which is never a good sign, right? Because you formed a lower pivot now instead of a higher pivot. So the lower pivot was formed here at 690. It was 721. So basically what it is, it was looking for this pivot to break at 790 for the continuation to the upside. So that didn't happen because of earnings, right? So this damage here was done before the earnings, meaning it was done here on October 6th. Okay, right. Look at the time right there. The new pivot was formed on October 6th on Monday, a day before my birthday. And then it managed to get this kind of a bounce back up here because because the earnings are coming up. So this is the first initial drop of 12.7% lasted 11 days. And then first swing went up for 4 days, 6.5% move. Then it backed off for 2 more days. Okay. And then from there, it reversed right back up. So then it lasted 11 days. So the swing turned back up. Now, if you look at the time, 4 days, 2 days, 11 days, you see it exceeded on time and it exceeded on a price as well. It's 8.6% is higher than 6.5% move. Okay, that's the this and 4.9 as well. And on time, it exceeded on a time as well. So then you have this pivot high, this pivot low. We're not talking about anything else, right? We just focus on a current swing where it is, and then the earning came. So that's the earning surprise right there. So here's your 200 moving average on the meta, which is sitting at 680. Okay, so this pivot was broken. So now what we did is now we're trading below this pivot, which is at 690. Now this number right here is gonna act as a support, as a resistance now. Broken pivot level, every time is gonna bounce, is gonna act as a resistance. Okay, because this 690 is the same pivot back here as 691. So what are we gonna do now? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna project the downside to see where the bleeding is gonna stop. Okay, well, we don't know that. So the earning came. There is a huge gap here, right? It's a pretty strong stock. I don't mind holding this stock, to be honest. I'll if it backs off here, we'll gonna see if what else we can do. But for now is we have a clear lower high and lower low, right? So the swing is down. We cannot look anything to the upside. The direction of the swing is down. Now we had two closes, okay, based on a daily bar below the 200 moving average. So this is important. This is the one to watch. This is sitting at 680. Okay, so this pivot broke for only 2 days. Technically, now we need to go 8 more days to complete 10 more bars. Okay, so that could give you a little bit of a bounce. It could, it depends how it goes. So the focus right now is not to the upside because the direction of the swing is down. So we're going to build our zones, right? We're going to take this high, this low, this high, this low, and this high. And then we're just going to project our downside to see where we can find, where we can build our zone. First zone is this, okay? 758, 653. Yesterday we put a low at 645. So we're coming close to this 641 print. If price does get a bounce, okay, this is your upside for now, 690. Okay. So when you're gonna start to get like couple closes above this 690 mark, and if the direction of the swing turns back up, then we'll see what the rotation shows on the RRG as well. And then we'll see like, okay, yeah, it could make its way back up. But for now, that's not the point. The point right now is to see where does the bleeding stops. Okay. So this zone right there, as you see, has starting to come into a play. Next is 641. If 641 break right there, then we have 631 and 624. That's our second zone. This is one, this is two, and this is three. So well, I don't know how far the price is gonna go, but we know what to look for, right? So I buy shares at 684, which is basically right at that 200 moving average. So if we do get the bounce here, so my upside area for resistance is going to be this 680, 690. That's the upside zone for any sort of a bounce to come, and it's going to fail right here in this zone again. It needs to complete at least 10 more days, 8 more days. So we have two now below this 690. We need 8 more days. Okay. So I'm not dying to add more risk. Okay. I wanted to see where is the floor? Where the price managed to find support first? So 1 day bounce doesn't mean that it's going to change the whole outlook. No, it will not. You will still need at least 3 bars for swing to at least turn back up. So when it turns back up, and then we'll see what the low was. It could be this low. We could have three-way bounce from here. So if we get 3 more days, so that will go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it meaning for 3 days, it has to put 3 higher bars for the swing to turn back up. So basically what it is that it's just right now it has to choose some earnings. Just like the pressure that it has to choose that earning. So you remember we talked about this last week, April low. When you have a largest percentage swing to the downside of your entire swing count, there there is a very good chance there is a correction coming. Okay, because if you notice, 12.7 was the largest percentage swing compared to 3, 4.9, 7.6, 4.3, 6, and this was 18.4. This is exactly what is gonna give you the same hint and a clue when it comes to the S&P and the NDX and all the other indexes. One larger swing off the highs. There is a I don't know what percentage that I would put. There is, based on my experience, there's many years that I've been doing this. There is a very, very good chance that your top is in for a while. Okay, because you have the it's not about the time, it's about the percentage range. This is the largest percentage swing off the low, where the actual trend started back from April. So basically, like all these stocks that, all this year low for all the stocks is April low. Okay, is the low that was the low that formed on pretty much every stock across the board. Okay, though some of them that which are down like 20, 30% year to date, so they're actually trailing below that mark. But these bigger names, all the Mag 7 stocks, including all the indexes and stuff, all of them a year low is all your April lows. So everything that you're working on right now is all off from that April low. So the point is is the largest percentage swing is always gonna be a big doubt when you gonna break that pivot and you have the largest percentage decline. So it was I was I even mentioned a couple days ago, I believe I told you, it's like I don't have a good feeling about Meta. If you remember that. I even said this last week as well. So I just don't have a good feeling about it. The only reason I said that is because of this, because I know how how this thing works. So this is what the beauty of the GAN is, GAN swing trading. So this is all here as well. Well, you don't see them because it's all working behind the screen, but the concept is about the same. You know, broken pivot, largest percentage decline of the entire trend to the upside is always going to have a doubt. Is any bounce that is going to have after a largest percentage decline is going to fail. Not every single time. Again, we're talking probabilities, but it has the right way I can say that the to put into words, the largest percentage decline, any bounce, which is considered as a lower high, okay, has a very high probability that it's going to fail. Okay, so what scale, what percentage? Well, I don't know that, but I can say it's very high. So I can show you the same thing here. It's just fine. The, I mean, I mean, at least I have an entry here. Well, I don't have an entry here. So my entry, I think, is much better. I just started compare sitting here somewhere and then taking this kind of a beating. That's going to be much painful. It's a strong company, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like they reported good earnings. They looked at the numbers and stuff. They just got punished of of overspending, and we know about Mark, he's always gonna go nuts. And I remember this stock used to be $180 stock in front of me. Okay, and that time I didn't buy it because I didn't, and it went up to almost 800 bucks. But this pullback right there is definitely a buying opportunity. This is a strong company, very huge, big name for XLC, for the communication sector as well. So it's not, it'll it'll let it, it's gonna choose some time. But so far we're at 15. So we were at, the first initial drop was 12.7 against 8.6. Now we're at 15. You see like how the number is exceeding. So we're only 2 days. So it's B2. We're at 15 right there. So it'll find, this is why I just build these zones here. I don't know, it could go down to 600. I mean, I will love to buy more here. And I'll leave the shares as is, but I'll put a, 6 months out, the diagonal, or you can do the vertical spread. So it's not going to be that, it's going to be fine. So we'll see what happens. It's just too early to make any call. We just need to find out and see where does it, where it finds a floor. So we're at 15 now. So this was 18. That was 24. So you can just start kind of compare. Like you see, this was 22.4 against 10.3 and then 24. So it's gonna be close. It could come down another 1, 2, 3%, 3 more percent or so. So we'll see what happens. So this is what I've built these zones. This is a false zone that we just basically closed below. So you're gonna watch 640 against then 630, 625 to see if where does the price manage to find the floor, and then from there it will look for some sort of a bounce to the upside. But that bounce right there is gonna face a serious resistance right there, and on top of it, that 200. That's always gonna be a challenge. Yeah, once it depends how many days that you're going to close below the 200 mark first. So this is the what you have to watch. This is a very important one. So now if you look at Netflix, see what happens here. Broken pivot, price push lower. That's your 200 right here. So you took a same beating, right? So it's 12.9. Last 3 days or so. So you're just kind of like chopping it around, trying to fight this 200 now. Yesterday, because after the close on Thursday, they're gonna split the stock. Look where the high came, right at 1134. See how the price backed off? Yeah, you're gonna hit this wall right there because that was the broken pivot. So yesterday high was 1134. This low was 1134. So your upside zone for this for Netflix is this. It's gonna face a serious resistance here now. Why? Because the swing is down, right? The swing is not up anyways. So this is the upside zone right there for this for resistance right there. Broken pivot, the swing low right there. That's exactly what is rejected right there. As you can see it. It's not gonna clear through because the swing is down. If the swing is up, then the price can run to the upside. So basically it has to chew at least 10 days. Okay, so we're at 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 so far. So we gotta go 3 more days. So then we'll see how it looks. Okay, so it's a very um I mean, look, the price is all about support and resistance, right? I'm not an opinion based trader. I don't give opinions. I trade signals, I trade price. If the direction of the swing is down, we're looking for support. We're not looking anything to the upside. It's pointless. When the direction of the swing turns up, then we'll project the upside. Then we'll look into the upside to see like, okay, where is the previous pivot? What needs to be break first for for us to project to the upside? We're looking for upside broke, pivot to break. So where is the upside pivot here? 1267. Same thing here. Broken pivot, new pivot formed right here. Price looking very damn promising until earning to see if it can break to the upside. Here comes the earning surprise. So there you got your rejection. Why is that? Because you have already formed a lower pivot here. So the price from here comes back down and retested. So I've taken few I've taken several trades like this. So it's just any bounce from that you had from the new when the new pivot forms, that any bounce that you get, it has a pretty good chance it's gonna fail. So I just showed you like 2 examples. I mean, I can show you 10 more, but we're not gonna spend all day by looking at them. Two is on big names is good enough. You basically get the concept, right? So how pivot works, how the time works, where is the potential upside if the price doesn't manage to get the bounce to the um, I mean, it doesn't mean that we cannot play or trade the bounce. Of course, you can always the counter trade, a small trade, but this is not something that you can hold. Why? Because of this. It's just very difficult, okay, to fight a downswing, you know? But at the same time, as a trader, as an investor, when the price is weakening, we're thinking like, oh, we're paying the bargain price, okay? And we can just eventually like, yeah, the price will go right back up. But when you start to dive into those technicals and you says like, okay, if this is the low, it could be a low, but it's not confirmed yet, not based on a price and time. Well, the direction is down. When RRG is definitely is like literally like lagging, so your momentum and is very weak. So it just doesn't give you those positives thinking like, okay, yeah, this is the low and I'm gonna just buy it here and just it's just like it's just like you're putting a real money on the board that's just all based on your opinion. That's not the right way to trade. You wanna pick up big companies and but you just have to give yourself some time as well. You know that the price is under pressure, right? So there's no um like you look at this, the first swing was 10.5. This one is 12.9. You see, like it's always gonna exceed more on uh, on the percentage range. Your percentage range for the lower low swing must be greater than the first low that you put it on. So these are the things you gotta. I mean, we're more focused on these charts, but you don't see those percentage but I don't wanna because I don't want to clutter clutter these charts. Just want to keep them clean and simple. Um, but like if we go here on Netflix, so Netflix right there, so you see because it gapped down, so here got the sell signal right there, right? So we're looking at this screen right there. You see, like, here's your 200 right here. That's your pivot to this low. Draw this white lines here just to kind of see where the pivots are. So on this chart, but I always have them here. So because when I'm trading during the day, I always have this screen here on one monitor. So all the 100 stocks that I usually watch and trade, they're all gonna be here. So I'm always watching. Um, that's a huge run. Yeah, Caterpillar is up for 8 weeks now. Jeez. Caterpillar went crazy this year. Yeah, it's up for 8 weeks. And the daily trying to fire some of these sell signals and inside day there's a lower bar. Lower here. Boeing took a huge hit from the weekly bearish pattern as well for next week. Look at that Boeing decline. Look, same thing, broken pivot right there. Now here's a lower pivot sitting right there at 195. Hasn't tested yet, might it will pretty soon. Now um see it closed. This is a second close now below the 200. 200 now is at 204. Zero ranking. Ranking dropped right from here back to zero because of this hit. So the level Boeing to watch is 195. Yeah, so it better hold if the price trying to break lower and you're gonna break this pivot, now you're gonna have to look for a lower pivot to form. So a lot of names are I was gonna show you this. It's hard for me to post everything, so it's better to come on Saturday and I'll show you exactly where all these stocks are. It's easier that way. Come on, load up. So it collects a lot of data because I have a lot of scripts behind it. So it reads every single script on each stock individually. So it takes a little bit of time just to process all the data. There you go. Because all those conditions has to met in order to, that's why you need a super fast computer to run Optima on the screen because a regular laptop or just whatever regular computer cannot handle this software. Need a need a very powerful software. Okay, here's the thing. Now we're now these are the stocks in the 10th decile, meaning by the distance. Look at how many stocks right now and where they are. Okay, because I know we had a little funky rotation going on. Which I've been showing about those mid cap and small caps, and how the mega growth is on one side. And look, okay, Netflix. You see, we already know Netflix is the 10th decile, right? And well, it took earning. Look how weak Oracle is now. See, Texas, Verizon, and T. So these stocks are in the 10th decile, right? So they're the ones they're gonna curve back to the upside in a couple days. Okay. So these stocks that which they are pushing down here depends how the charts looks like and stuff. But the point is like you have to watch how many names there are like in this quadrant and they are further away from the benchmark. So now if we go to a ninth decile, look, this stock took a huge hit. Any stock right there with this 7, 8, 9, 10th decile is going to take the biggest hit to the downside. Is this where because the all the alpha, okay, which is where that you see right in front of you. So if you look at this way, this one, see, you can have a massive beating on these stocks because they're so far away from the benchmark. So I can show you any stock that you like, but the same thing. Like let's look at T-Mobile. See, the stock is gonna take a huge hit because of the sitting in the ninth decile now because they're further away from the distance. I'm watching this one, so I might buy this one, ConocoPhillips. So I looked at them yesterday because I wasn't really. Once I close this, once I close Tesla, and I was like, it's the end last day of the month anyway, so I'm not dying to trade, so just call it off. I like this one, ConocoPhillips, so I might right there. This is on ninth decile here, anyways. But the only thing is this: we're gonna have to buy time. Okay, the reason why because it has to fight the 50 and a 200. So thinking about I thought about yesterday to put a trade on, and then I was like, I'll just wait for it, you know, see how the month starts. And stock is down 10.5, 10% year to date, so it's nothing really too, attractive right now. But if the RG right there is starting to improve because it already took this beating right there, this drawdown. So this drawdown eventually found a floor and then is trying to curve. It has a very good alpha. So, but overall stock is not as bullish. It would be perfect if it would be trading at least like above the, near or close to the 200 mark. But it's gonna be this is always gonna be a wall right there at 91 and what is this? 91 and 95. So we're at 88. So what I can do is to do debit spread to take this swing high right there, which is, get the exact rate, 90. So we could do 90 near the 50 and then 95, which is 90 right there. So we can just structure a spread to the upside of 90, 95. You know, the rule of thumb is gonna be again, gotta go on time. I mean, this is not gonna be a 30-day window. It gotta be at least 60. You know the rule. So it doesn't matter that if you have 60 days, but if if we do end up if the RG improves, um, if we make our way up till here, we can always cash out the trade. That's not, doesn't matter. So we're just trying to play this move to the upside. So this is something to, I'll see how it opens on Monday and see we can pick this name. Only because of this. Eighth, BlackRock taking a hit. Huge hit because it's sitting on a eighth decile. Mandalay is taking a hit. PM is taking a hit. These three is gonna get punished the most. Here we are on sixth decile. AMT rejected. You see, supposed to go here. It's crazy. I mean, I want to buy this stock, but at the same time, is this if now if I'm watching because it rejected here instead of going this way, it went right back again. It's gonna curve, then it's gonna go around. Okay, because it's still gotta complete the whole rotation. So this is the one that I'm watching. I'm not gonna do anything yet. You see, it's just it was trying to make his way up from here. I don't know where it was, and then it rejected. You see now this decline right there is the same, is pushing this thing even more deeper toward west. So AIG I had a pretty good trade in my brother's account on this. Took a pretty because all these earnings you see got a huge move, full reversal back to the downside. This is what I cashed out this trade at the 83.61. So just it's hard to fight. You see got a huge move up, full reversal, and now you're looking for this. It's just like a whipsaw back and forth. Price action is just not easy to trade. You know, it would have little less retracement. That would be a different thing. Like at least you would hold in the entire move up, and you just how deep that you came. Near the initial low, and now you're hoping that I'm gonna make the third attempt right back to the highs. It's just that really doesn't define a good structure. It's just all you just basically trying to trade is just a back and forth the whipsaws. So this was the lowest turning back down here again. CVS is backing up. So some of these stocks, there are, this is strong. CRM is kind of stopped a little, but still is down like over 22% year to date. So on the fifth one, AbbVie, you see, like AbbVie took a huge hit yesterday. There, it was down almost 5% yesterday. See, already has a sell signal here. So AbbVie is down is weak. Walmart is weak. J&J is weakening as a sell signal. I know CL has a sell signal. BMY, it's somebody was asking me yesterday about BMY. Look at that. So BMY is looking good. Got a huge bar right there. It's gonna look where the stops are because it goes in a previous day. Oh, taking a 46 down to 42. That's gonna be a pretty wide stops for a stock that only moves 1 point. It's not a big mover. It's a huge volume bar right there. So something around, if the price backs off right around this 45 mark, so that 45 against 42, that's like a 3 point risk to the low. The swing is still down because you still need 3 days. You have one and two. You need one more. So on Monday, if it's gonna open up higher, then price gonna even push higher again. So I don't like to chase something here based off this to fight this to defend this low. Yeah, you have a much higher entry here. You wanna pick an entry as close as possible to the previous day, you know, because it just limits your downside. And you don't wanna get yourself an up here somewhere and then um, around here, but then you need to defend this low. But look at this room, so it depends how you size the trade. So but you just have to defend this low against this kind of entry. I'd rather try to find an entry like somewhere around here and close as possible to the previous day low. That's the best entry right there. It's the one I did on Amazon. See, I even got a much like little cuter entry, right there. My exact entry is 212.98. This one was 213.59. So the low here of 1020 low was 213.59. So that was the low of this yeah, October 20th. That's the October 20th bar right there. So yeah, you need to find an entry as close as possible because buying something here and then you just such a huge, I mean, window with your because you're gonna be watching the whatever the low was, which already happened a couple days before. Yeah, it's a tough. That's all those are tough buys. Amazon is see RG Amazon looking good, Apple looking good. So these are the ones that these names are taking a hit, as you can see, because these are the ones that are under pressure. So on the fifth, I have to go. The other one's gonna be too close. So I stays in between. That's 100 um, index that I track every day. So I'm always watching these names. So there's gonna be some trades are coming, but uh, we're gonna see when they start to curve and when the buy signal is gonna trigger. Then we're gonna get in these. I'll take some of these trades from here. We traded T-Mobile, I think last this month we did, yeah. Yeah, we cashed it out, and we'll see when it's gonna. All of them, they're right now. They're pointing this way. They'll start to curve. So I can go fourth. Have Boeing that's taking a hit right there. Mastercard taking a hit. Meta taking a hit right now after earnings. And UNH is taking a hit as a sell signal. Amgen, uh, what's it, Duke? Yeah, Duke Energy. Coke is coming back here. So Palantir and Nvidia is fine. So just on this because they're making new highs. So third is Costco. How weak it is. Costco is a mess. That was the last I looked at yesterday. Look at this stock. Oh my God, it's such a ugly looking chart. What this stock is doing from where's April low? Right here. Hasn't done anything. Is this supposed to move? Complete washout. Look how the stock is trading. It has no upside. Uh, the look. Yeah, this is ugly. You know. We did a trade on Costco, I believe. I don't know if we did this month or month before. I don't like this kind of a price structure. It's too sideways price action. Because you had the initial move down. Remember, we always talk about the same thing. So you got a huge move down, got a way back up, and then it's just very choppy. Even poor signals are confused as well, back and forth. They don't even know which way to fire, where you have the actual continuation to the upside. You know, it's just, yeah, there's nothing good about this chart. Visa, this one is Bank of New York. Melon is carving yesterday. BK. So financial, see, it's been chopping around. It's gonna break. It's the same thing. We just it's fighting this mean reversion signal here. Yeah, this might get a catch a break here. It's same thing. You see huge upside, sideway continuation. It's just a matter of when it's gonna get the breakout. So this is something to watch in a financial name, Bank of BK, New York Mellon. It's been sideways since September 23rd high. Okay. So it's just, you see, like, you had a huge move up and it just sideways between this pivot zone. So it needs to break this 110 for a breakout. So that would be the upside bet. It's looking because it's not gonna have much. So BK is in a third decile, but we can get an upside. Eli Lilly is here, starting to curve. Cisco. And the second one, PayPal, Schwab, Disney is weakening. Disney, I don't know when they have the earnings coming. This is rolling over. You see, like, watch these names. That's what I'm saying. It's just these stocks are struggling. You know, look, McDonald's is taking a hit as well. Tesla's on a first decile. Can you imagine that? On a first decile. It's like you don't. um see like high beta stock can can go into a. I don't even remember the last time I seen Tesla in a false decile. Believe it or not, it just oh well, it's just what it is. It's taking a smaller, very small rotation. So Microsoft is here. Oh, any downside on these stocks here is not going to be as much compared to these names. These are the names that have taken a serious beating right there. Like this one. Oh my, this is a Lin. This stock is getting killed. Look at this. Thing is down 6.21% this week alone. Flat for the year now. You know how big and huge, strong company this is? This is the number one stock for material. Keep that thing in mind. For material. And here we have those the ones who don't even have revenue. Okay. They don't even have those are the ones that are up over 500%. Lindy right there is look, read their financials, how huge this company is. It's I believe it makes, let's see, yes, I think it makes what is why is it not pulling here? What's going on? Doing some updates? This keeps interesting. The data is not loading up here. Yeah, you see, that's not showing up here. Probably doing some updates to the website. Yeah, charts are not even pulling up here either. These ones are good. Yeah, see, charts are not pulling. Their website probably down. I love this website. It's my favorite one. Um, yeah, this is this one taking a serious beating. Serious one. It just literally wiped off the entire the move for the year. But the point is like we're looking at some of these names, right? Let's take a look here. Netflix is up 25%, which is fine. It's gonna get split. It's gonna probably gonna be $100, $1,100, sorry, $100 or probably like $100 stock. Give or take. Depends what the price is gonna be by the time it's split. Is already fighting that broken pivot. So Amazon now it was flat. Now it went up because of the earnings. Eli Lilly's up 11%, testing the upper pivot. Um, Oracle 57 broke that pivot right there. See, that's not good. That is not good. It's just literally trying to fill this fake gap that nobody can stand that gap to the upside. The earning gap. It's literally it's almost there. Where was this? 243. 243 is gonna fill the gap. It will now with this broken pivot. Yeah, it will next couple days or so. Um, FedEx down 9.78. These are the I'm going through this only the S&P 100. Just to kind of see like like CRM. I mean, down 22%. This is a Dow 30 stock. So this might make a room to the upside because it's fighting this upper pivot zone, which is at 258, but it's gotta has to fight off this 200 moving average. 200 is at 264. So it's technically right now it is a sandwich trade. I always tell, that's what I call it. It's just when the price get trapped between 200 and a 50. So it's been three, six, seven, eight, nine, almost like 9 trading days now. That it's just it tested here, failed, went all the way back to 50, and now it's trying to make another attempt back to 200 again. So the CRM right there, Qualcomm got a huge look at that rejection right there, that 205 print. That was a textbook rejection. So I got a sell signal triggered here. Huge supply zone. So the up 17. This one's still gotta have to report earnings. Um, what is this? What the JP Morgan is fine. Union Pacific down 3.36%. That was a pretty nice move. We had leaps before. I did a trade on this one. That was hey, like 600-700 bucks. I only had got two of them. Um, CVS reverse right there. They just reported earnings. UPS is got a nice pop right there. Rejected. So I mean, it's gonna fight this 200, and see that's on earning day, backed off. So from the last 3 days, it's just it's sitting right there at 96. So it's still gotta has to clear this in order to make a room to the upside. Still down 23% year to date. So this buy signal definitely kind of it held right there. Just put a double bottom at 82. So from there, the Gilead to got the breakout from here. Kind of sell signal there. Nothing. PayPal full whipsaws. It's a fail company. Um, AMD got a huge move up. Still going right there from 158. Up 112%. Honey, full reversal. What happened here? What's going on? Is there something wrong with my computer? No. Why this chart is not loading up? I know Thinkorswim, they're doing those weekend updates right now, so some of them are going to be a little funny. RTX, nice huge move from here. Well, it gapped up. I believe it probably reported earnings, I believe. So it was a huge gap. Um, CD sideways, Wells Fargo.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first. You'll need to turn on location services for that. Want to turn it on just this once, or while using Siri?
What is that? Is that yours, Mo?
It's my phone. I don't know what the hell happened to this. It's been sitting here next to me and it just went, the CD just went wild. I had him on a silent. I don't know. I didn't even touch the phone. Wells Fargo got Boeing. This is not a good sign for Boeing. This is breaking 200 here. Broken pivot. 211. Yeah, Boeing took a full reversal. Yeah, well, same thing. We just gotta go 10 more days now, at least minimum. Accenture is choppy. I don't even know if this is the low. Looks like a inverse head and shoulder pattern from the low. You can just go like this. So there is a potential, definitely a potential here, but you gotta fight this to even make a case for this. So, buying something with under a sell signal, that's a tough bet. I wouldn't do that. You know, it would be a buy. Yeah, you can have a screen says buy, you buy. And you buying when you have downswing, yeah, that's a that's a tough one. Procter Gamble, it just few names, Disney is. I still got to report earnings. MetLife fired one yesterday. MetLife might get a little bit of that's a huge move. They make a move up. You see how sideways the price action is? It's a not where it's like a $1.47 ATR stock. So they move like crazy. BMY got a big pop yesterday. I don't know, they had report earnings or something. I have no idea. Bank of England is sorry, the Bank of America is trying to break out. Okay. And the one point move stock. These got in killed. AT&T. It's a high dividend stock. Very high dividend. This one, Verizon. Um, these kind of a weakness here is kind of hard to find because these stocks are pretty steady stock because they pay pretty good dividends. They're the one who taken a hit as well. MMM, 3M. How weak Home Depot is. So you could took this beating, dead cat bounce, chopped around sideways between this 50 and 200, and now you see got rejecting again at 200. So it's got to fight this and this to move up, but you fighting this, you know? So yeah, that's a tough one, down 2.42% year to date. So this one, and then you have low, down 3.5%. Same, they're identical, same chart. So if you put Home Depot and low side by side, they're like husband and wife. Okay, so it really doesn't matter which one you trade. I prefer Home Depot over this. So it just because of it's a Dow 30 stock. So just not, not, I don't like this. It looks weak. Uber is a mess. It's making higher highs, as you can see right there, but it's giving everything back. You know, very choppy upside move. It's starting to me, it's starting to look like some sort of a diagonal is going to form here. When you have that kind of a contraction, but you're making the highs, but the price is, it's not, this is the move that you want, right? This is what you're looking for to play the upside. Look at this move. Even the fact you're making higher highs, but it doesn't have this look compared to this one. It just has too much overlap. When you have too much overlap, it's gonna form some sort of a diagonal to the upside. You know, this is when the price trying to contract between. So strong name. It's down up. It's up 59%. I mean, technically, it is a strong stock. Okay, it's trading above 550 and 200. So there's absolutely nothing bearish about the stock. But to trade this stock is painful. I'll just put it this way. Okay, see, because you you you're making a move, you're giving everything back. Then you're making a move up higher. You see, it's too many whipsaws. I don't even know last time I traded this. Um, Traded this stock. This Intel, fine. Target is picking up, backing off again. See, 50 here, 200. So I haven't even tested this 200 yet. There you go. Down for 3 days. This might, um, if this is the low at 85, man, these retailers are just, this XLP sector is just consumer discretionary. No, not the consumer staples. It's a tough one to fight. Consumer stable is that now we're gonna go through seasonality in a second. I'll show you what to make out of Nvidia is fine. AMT is broken pivot. T-Mobile broken pivot. These are the ones that in those ninth and 10th decile, remember? Berkshire Hathaway. It's pulling back. I think they have their earnings. Apple is fine. And look at that 277. That's like textbook print right there. I was watching it yesterday. It tested this 277 right at the open on earnings. Oh my God, just reversed. That's the next upside is 289. But close 1 point lower. Backed off. Um, Walmart 11%. Yeah, Walmart and Amazon, they're both, look, it's a full washout from this low to this high. Yeah, there's not a Starbucks rolled over. See, as to me, I think it's just a broken company. I don't think people are crazy about Starbucks anymore. They're dying. They're just most people are making coffees at home, you know. So my wife, she drinks coffee. I don't drink coffee, but she makes her coffee home. I bought her a machine. I don't know, $600, I don't know, 650, $700 worth machine, a coffee machine. I was like, geez, I open up a restaurant. Yeah, she just makes them at home. She's like, these are great coffees. I have my own machines. I'm not going to Starbucks. You see, like booking is crazy. Caterpillar, that's a beast. This stock is up almost close to 60%. Broadcom is good. Broadcom should hit 400. This is 386, so I'm gonna I have a target of 400. At least it's gonna get there. I mean, I own that one. Microsoft. Is this something to watch? Yesterday got a sell signal on this one. Took a hit yesterday, 7 points. So this is a very interesting pattern here on Microsoft to watch. Okay. Got a double top, full round bar here. Is it a handle? Well, we'll see. Okay, so yeah, this is if it is a handle, what we can do, take all this swing to this. We have a right of 50. 50, let's do this. 515 right there. Well, we got a sell signal here now, so because now the swing is down. It's been down for 3 days. So the earnings didn't really, it's gonna take a few more days. Yeah, 200 is way down. This U bottom is interesting for sure. The double top is something to watch. Look at this entire whole move. Backed off here. Made a full U with a double top now. So it is gonna it's gonna take a few more days. We have to watch the rotation. Yeah, I'm not buying with this. So we gotta wait. 506 better hold this. So we'll see. Costco, we already looked at him. Abry is, we already looked at him. Lindy, we already did. Service now. Oh my God. Look at the stock. I don't know what the hell happened to this stock over the last couple months, to be honest. This thing is a mess. How many times the stock is given a hope of a 50 and a 200 for a continuation to move to the upside, and look how many false breaks to the downside and to the upside. It's just been range bound. I've been watching this stock, but I'm I will never touch a stock that trades like this. It's not a clean setup. See how narrow these swings are? Even the poor signal cannot even keep the keep it up. They're just fighting off, not very close to each other. Look at this. One day up, second day down. It's just a back and forth. Meta, we already looked at them. So yeah, Meta is gonna it's gonna chew this thing. I have to wait. April low is here. Made a move all the way back here to 741. That was 741. Rejected. Right? Always you're gonna face resistance here. So gotta have setback. Then it's time to make a higher highs right there. I think that was the earning move right there. Back in July or something. Yeah. It was a huge, huge gap up. Almost filled the gap. Yeah, it's gonna take a few more days though. We'll see where it finds the floor. I'll keep an eye on it. S&P weekly right there. We ended we ended the week with a doji. Okay. So how many dojis we have put it so far? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. So this is 6 doji. Um, from April low. This doji got a pop. This was down. You just look at the next week after that. This was up. Reversal day, reversal week. Up here. Low. Doji and up the doji with the down week. We have 1, -1, 2. This is a neutral. So we have doji higher, doji lower, doji higher. So that makes 1, 2. Doji higher. That makes it 3, 8. And now we're at this. So we had 3 dojis that end up moving higher. We only had 1 doji that pushed the wick lower. 1 was the outside wick. So we would do 2 outside. I'll count this as a 1 bar because it basically considers 2 and 1. So we can make -2. So if we have 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, this. You should have a lower week next week. Should have a lower week. That'll match 3. So these 3 will match against these 3. So something to watch. The best way to look at them up here, show you a different way. Should have a lower week next week. I don't make these kind of a calls. I'm just giving you a hint. 3 weeks up, 3 weeks up, down week. 3 weeks up, down week. It's only 2 down, 2 down, 2. Yeah, so you have 1, 2, and 3. That's 3 patterns. So you have 2 times after 3 weeks, the next week was a down week. So there's a very good chance that we're going to start off the week with a lower week next week. Okay. I can go back. Yeah, 3 down, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. So this is one of pretty extreme. That got hit with a sell signal here as well. So a lot of threes. Yeah, it's just basically you don't have to go that too far. You have literally a matching one, right? 2 of them. You need to find 2 of them close to each other as possible. It's gonna give you a third one a pretty clear read. So you have 3. You have 3 here, and you have 3 here. So you have 1 and 2. So now at 3, yeah, I should have a lower week next week. So for the lower week, that was 68.14. 68.14, very close. 68.40. Yeah, if we crack 68.14 next week, we're gonna have a lower bar. So that'll match 3, 3, and 3 pattern. It's the same thing that I just did it up before with these doji, right? So we have 3 completed higher bars, and we had 2 so far because this one had made a low. So that counts toward this. Even the fact that it made a high as well. So we're 2. It has to match with the third one. So you compare and match patterns. And you can just take the data on the bottom. So 68.14 is the line in the sand for next week. That breaks, we'll have a lower weekly bar. So then our data along with the pattern will match. Okay, yeah, doji is always a tough because every time you put in up a doji, then everybody thinks, oh, this is something to watch, you know. But then it end up actually going higher. Most people think like doji on a very top is like that's it. This is the top. And so it's not necessary. Yeah, look at all these 5 dojis how they went. So watch 68.14 next week. 68.14 will put a lower weekly bar that will match those 3 patterns along with the data. Okay. Seasonality. S&P November is the one of the strongest month of the year. Just to keep that thing in mind. Okay. And November is not bearish at all. Unless they roll it over, that's a different story. But since 1950, this month is a beast. It's a very strong month of the year. Now, these are the monthly bars on this chart. I know that we're up 6 months, which from here, all green. We haven't had a single down month yet, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna come. It will at some point. So, being having a considering one of the strongest month of the year, if November seasonality looking that damn promising, so we'll see if we end up making a new high this in November. So all-time high 69.20. Okay, so again, we're looking at on a monthly scale. Okay, we're not looking at a day-to-day price action or a weekly chart. No, we're making a case of the entire month, what to kind of expect and what we can make out of it, you know. So Nasdaq, same story, right? 6 and 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, all 6 higher bars. Um, Russell, Russell needs to, if it kind of back, it needs to make some room. I know the rotation on small cap and mid cap looks not good, but it will turn. It will definitely turn. So I think this any kind of a pullback on the Russell 2000 is something to watch. Semis, I mean November is a beast month, okay? But it's just a matter of if is this market maker is gonna hand it to us. If we're gonna go up for 7 in a row, we're already up 6. So we're gonna see what happens. Netflix. Well, it's gonna split now anyways. This is not a good close for the month below 5 moving average. As you see the band right there is turning red. But the stock is gonna split. So gonna gonna so we'll see what's gonna be the split price. So Meta is not a good close. You see it happens here as well. I don't know if Meta is done for the year. Can it just seasonality looks okay. I mean, that's again, we're just gonna be looking for bounces. Whereas 650, that the bounce can be 50-point bounce back to 700. Sorry, yeah, the 690 right here on like 700. So it's just gonna chop around between 650, 700, or 600 to 650. So we're just gonna watch that. This is not a good close for sure. Took a huge hit. Look at the range, 14.96. It's just this big. This one was 19.4. This was 18.78. The upside was 16, 16, 13, 8, 8. This is 14. I know, I mean, it turned lower here. That was the April low. Yeah, it's gonna take some time, I know. Yeah, these dips is gonna get it or whatever. Um into a next year. It's up only 10% year to date now. Microsoft right at 514. It's closed at 517 yesterday. So it's holding. But look at them. The point is, like, look at the seasonality. And we just started off from S&P. Look at this. I'm telling November is a beast month. So keep that thing in mind. As much you wanted to be a bear and don't want to be a cute to pick a top. Yeah, good luck with that. But this is that doesn't mean that it's gonna play out exactly, but still, I mean, that's what years and years of data. This is looking at 1950. None of them were even born. That's how far back you're looking at the data here. So, and don't ignore that. Google is a little choppy. Yeah, just nothing as like this. So Google is, geez, 3, 6. This up almost 7 months in a row. See, all green right there. So it's all every single month. For the last 7 months, the stock has been closing higher, 48.54. This is gonna outperform the semis. Google's a beast this year for sure. So well, we have our 162 entry, so we're good. I remember how many times I was talking about Google this year. A lot of you will probably remember how many time I typed a message on a Slack. I remember when this stock was around like 140, 50, and it's like this is the cheapest stock in a Mag 7 right now. So this stock should not be trading around this levels. The 150, 160 range. When it came down here, I was like, just buy this stock. It is the most profitable company in the world. Google is a cash machine. Keep that thing in mind. They make crazy profits. It was trading around that 150, 160. I was like, this stock should be trading at least $240 price to 250. Now it's at 281. With the PE ratio, the stock was just it was a bargain buy on Google. And I told you so many times that time, I was like, buy Google, buy Google. And, well, I put the trade out for everyone. I don't know if you, some of you got them, some of them just ignores them. They, I don't want to buy whatever, but we got a 162 entry right here, right here, right here, 162.52. So it was a good move on this name for sure. It was just too cheap, the stock was. If you look at all the it took a little time, but again, just a V-shaped recovery. So Amazon goes a little flat and dead for the first 2 weeks and kind of picks up at the near the end of the month. So we're gonna watch this. Oh, cheers, I don't mind. I'm not gonna fight any option because I don't have option position on, but here's this gets a little choppy for the 2 weeks. So keep that thing in mind. Apple, that looks pretty steady. Yeah, the only thing is this. Okay. This is the one we're gonna do the dip buying. The best way to do that, I mean, instead of fighting your life over those cute levels, I'll make it real simple for you. Take a year high and a year low and draw your fibs. That's your level right there. You draw them up, just buy it right there. Just you can just draw like this instead of sitting and fighting 1 hour and a daily time frame and this and this. Just take a monthly time frame. Take the high year of the 796 is the all-time high. Year low is 479. 638. So we're at what? Yesterday low was 645. We're almost there. Because the question is, if that 638, 640 breaks, are we going to go down to 600? Yes, possible. If it's going to go down to 600, this is what I want to buy more. So I want to roll an option position on. That option position from 684 shares is going to balance it out right in the middle. Earnings are already out of the way anyways. It's going to be a slow crawl, whatever the case is. If I starting to hate the stock, I'll just get out, one way or another. Well, I'll counter trend the trade with the option, but got, we'll see what happens. We need some signs, need a buy signal, swing up on, I'm talking about a daily time frame, not on a monthly. Monthly is fine. So then, we'll see. Nothing short term. We're just going to buy plenty of time. We know the stock is under pressure. I don't understand one thing is there are so many other companies that they want nuts spending money, right? Like Oracle, like a couple of weeks ago, remember they did all the financing and stuff. They spent like billions of dollars, this and that, and so does the rest of the companies. And here is this company spending money and just getting punished that hard. It's just really, I don't know, it just went too crazy, I believe. Mark is going, but definitely that's the cause of that drop. Is just because I don't know if that's just the reason for this stock to just kind of cool off. But when you look around all the other Mag 7 stocks, all capex, all the capex, that's all their own money. That's what they're spending on this AI infrastructure. So, but this is the one is taking a beating because they're spending too much. XLK, this is everything right there. Communication ended the month in the inside month. That's interesting. This is where you have Google, Meta, and Netflix in the communications and services. So it covers three of the Mag 7 stocks. XLY makes two of them, which is Amazon and Tesla. So I don't have Tesla here. What happened here? Interesting. I thought I had Tesla here. I missed it. Tesla. Very good seasonality. Close all-time high 488. This swing high is 470 so far. Now keep in mind the stock is sitting in the first decile. Okay, so the reason I took profits yesterday is because of that, because I'm watching that. It's just, it was, a good counter trend trade, a quick one. It was a good entry, and then I get out of that 450, 455. So it was a quick move, like, I don't know, 400 and something. I did 25 delta play. See, you keep in mind on diagonal spreads, your debit cost is always going to be a little bit higher. Okay. Just keep that thing in mind. The reason why it being is because you're literally buying a call right at the 50 delta, and then you selling one as well, right there as well. So, a stock like this, like if you just buy a regular call, I mean, it's going to be like what, 16, $1,700, even more, right at the money. So diagonals definitely cuts the cost, but diagonal doesn't give you much delta. But then you just have to bump it up to six, 7 contracts just to get at least like 20, 25 delta minimum. I mean, that's what I took a 25 delta trade. So it doesn't, I don't, when it comes to a diagonal, I don't really concern or care much about the debit that I'm paying. I know that debit could be a $3,000 debit, but that $3,000 that I am paying as a debit is only giving me 25 delta. But the best part about that is it's just giving you the positive theta because you short a call, you know, at the same time you're long call. So the short one on a shorter time, it will decay faster than your longer call, which is out further on time. So you could, if a stock kind of goes sideways, goes into a range bound, that diagonal is the best way to get paid on, because the short one is the one is melting every day. So if it does make a move higher, you get paid as well. So diagonal is the one of the best ideal strategy, okay, to trade into a from a choppy zone, and you can have an upside as well. But then again, when you if you will have a big huge move to the upside, you will get paid, you'll make money, but bigger the move is going to be, you're going to start losing deltas. Okay, so your 25 delta is going to start shrinking down to 14 and 15. So it depends how big of the move is. I believe I took a screenshot yesterday. I'll show you. Here. See? This is what I was going to show you. So when I open a trade here, so I took a 440, 445 call, the diagonal spread, right? Paid $5. Okay. So the $5, right? So I did seven, I believe. I did seven, 6 or 7. So when I did 5, I brought the delta here to 25. So it's long 25 deltas. But look at the theta that you get paid every day, regardless if the stock just stay flat. This is what you're going to make every single day because of the short call. So then from here, when the stock moved from here to here, so the price was 445, 455.75, you lose deltas. That 25 will become 18. But you're still going to stay positive theta though, right? So the bigger the move here, it will pay you, but then all the upside that you're gonna you get here is gonna you're gonna be your delta is gonna get lower and lower. Then if you back off, then delta goes back up again. Okay. So over the weekend, read and learn how to trade diagonals. They're very similar to vertical spreads. Vertical spreads are just more directional bet, either to the upside or to the downside. But they're always going to carry a negative theta. You want to stay positive theta. If you're going to stay positive theta, you don't get enough delta. There's always going to be an offset somewhere. You can't win on both sides. That's how the option market is structured. You want to cut down your delta, they'll give you the theta. You want to play the upside, either you're going to have a flat theta or you're going to have a negative theta against you. It's either or, because you're fighting time. So in this case here, time is in your advantage, big time, along with the directional bet that you're willing to make to the upside, and at the same time you're willing to go sideways. You benefit from that as well. So this one has a lot of pluses, okay, in the option market when you trade diagonals. But then obviously, wider the diagonal is, more you pay. Right? So you always have to look which one makes sense at how's the overall structure looks like on a price chart, and to see where to play. You don't just trade diagonals randomly, like, okay, next trade I want to do, I just want to do diagonal because it's going to give me a positive thing. No, that's not how it works. You have to find a stock that is in a choppy zone. Okay. A choppy zone, that's where the diagonal goes into a play, because you're waiting for that breakout to happen, right? So we, like Amazon was I think was the best. It was a perfect strategy for a diagonal breakout. You could sit there. I mean, if you, I don't know how long you want to go out, but you don't want to go out too long. Okay, keep that thing in mind, because the shorter call that you're short, less time that you have, better it is, because it's going to decay fast. You don't want to buy 60 days out diagonal. That's stupid, to be honest. You don't want to do that. Okay. I mean, if I did this one, what, November, which is what, next month, 22, 23 days. You see, like 22 days, I think. Yeah, give or take. Yes, because I was short 21. So, uh, 3 weeks. But that's good. But you don't want to go out. My point is like a month and a half, 45 days, 50 days. No, no, those are not ideal diagonals. Yeah, 3 weeks window. Yeah, but you just have to find. Um, I wouldn't even recommend you to run your own show. To be honest, these kind of trades can cost you money if you don't know how to manage it right and how to structure the trade right. So when I trade, just trade with me. That's all. I'll I'll worry about it. Copy paste it. Sit back and let me manage it. All you gotta do just I look at the stock and I the price that I'm looking at, and then I look at a bunch of other things to see how to structure a trade. Should I go with vertical? Should I do this? Should I do a butterfly? Should I, like there's many different ways we can structure a trade. So it depends on a price. You can't just take like reach a one certain stock and say like, oh, I just want to go out 2 months out, but I want to stay positive, theta positive, and I'll just throw a diagonal there. That's not how trading works. You have to look at bunch of things, IV and all the other stuff. So yeah, these are good trades. Like diagonal spreads are good. I mean, I would have done a vertical, would be a little bit cheaper, you know, but making a 5 point spread on a vertical is not, it's gonna get super tight. Gonna give it just you gotta size up that trade like a crazy to make a 5 point wide spread the on on a stock like Tesla. It's just not gonna pay you unless you bump those contracts quite a bit because you gotta bring at least you know a good amount of delta on the board. So yeah, just trade when I trade. That's it. It's not like I don't trade enough. I don't know how much you like to trade every month. I trade selective stocks. Okay, I've always been this way. So don't expect trades from me every single day. Never gonna happen. Um, communication. Okay, close this. Look at this. God, I mean, November is just utilities looks rough. The defensive sector. Utilities looks a little rough. Okay, industrial. I know, like financial had a lower month. It's crazy. I didn't even pay attention to this. So this happened after 5 months of higher highs. Not by much. It's only less than 2%. Hmm. XLY closed the month. This is what Amazon definitely was helping yesterday, big time. That was It was up like over 2.5% at the open. You know how big, huge move is for the ETF was to move this much in a one single day. ETF, they don't move that much. Keep that thing in mind. 2.5%, 2.5% move was huge. It was just because of Amazon. I knew it, right? As soon as Amazon popped on earnings, I was like, tomorrow XLY is gonna rip hard. That helped Tesla as well. Remember, Amazon is the number one, the most heavy weighted stock of the XLY. Number two is Tesla. So when the XLY is gonna lift, it's gonna help the other one as well. So Tesla sometimes, is always gonna be down market, Tesla is up, and then market is ripping to the upside, Tesla is going the other. Tesla just why did you understand that stock? The way that stock trades. And there's one thing I will say that at least on the last, I believe, 2 months now, Elon Musk is behaving, not posting some stupid stuff on Twitter, not making any kind of political statements and here I believe probably he can throw a comment here there, but he's been behaving if you noticed. We'll see for how long, but because he does realize that whatever stuff that he's saying that has consequences, and I think I think he opened up a position, I believe around like 389, 390, that he disclosed that he bought that many shares or whatever, right? And I think since then, if you notice, his behavior got changed. He knew that, and I just don't want to, or probably whoever, whenever they open a position for him, they probably told him, it's like, okay, we're willing to buy you that many shares, so now behave. So don't post stupid comments about everything else because you're gonna hurt your own stock, you know? So since yeah, if you pull up the date of this purchase when he purchased those shares, I believe it was like 390 if I don't. So then oh yeah, he needs his pay package, yeah. Yeah, this I'm just saying, it's just pay attention to that, I haven't heard any kind of a surprises and stuff. Because last time the fight broke, between him and Trump, right? And then the last time he was there with Trump, the Charlie Kirk funeral. So he went over there just to say hello, right? And then yesterday, CNBC sent out the news. They're saying that SpaceX Trump is giving him like $10 billion funding to SpaceX. So if he get those government funding for SpaceX, so it means it's things are working out for him behind the scenes, because the SpaceX is linked with NASA, as you all know. So that would help NASA with his SpaceX. So doesn't look like that Trump is his enemy. Trump tried to keep him in a you know, relationship in a right way. And he kept saying, like every time people ask him, did you talk to him, this and that, he kept saying the same thing. He just had a bad moment, the way he flipped. I don't know, probably too many drugs or overdose or something that day or whatever. So he understand, and he really, if you notice that he really didn't fight back much, because what the way Trump is, you're gonna he's a thin skin. Okay, he's a thin skin guy. You're gonna sell something, he's just gonna come right back at you right away. So it's good. I mean, it's how it's supposed to be, because you don't see Jensen going out and putting some stupid comments on the world stage. They don't do that. Google and Tim Cook and all these other CEOs, like, just Jeff Bezos, and they just, no one does that. They know that they're gonna hurt their stock really bad if they're gonna go out somewhere to pass some comments about politics and stuff. Oh yeah, Jensen, of course. Well, they got 2 billion. Yeah, 2 billion space exactly. So it means that Trump is giving them, he's helping them, so he's getting his funding. So he got pissed off because of the tax credit, because of the um Jensen is, yeah, you know what? Let me tell you one thing, okay? You have to understand one. China is not dying for chips. They have enough, okay? On top of it, China has a plenty of rare earth minerals, okay? As a matter of fact, they are the largest one in the world, right? We're just waking up. Now we're getting more interested in and trying to mine from other countries. China's Australia has been mining, just sending everything over there for refining everything in China, and then it comes back. They have all the machinery and everything, how to turn everything into a powder. So selling Blackwell in China, I don't think it's gonna go too far. You know, we are against every Chinese chip because it's a national security threat. And you think that doesn't make a national security threat to them? You know? So it's just, I mean, if it's the news that the stock is trying to absorb before, but but I don't think China is gonna, you can control China. It's just damn too strong. No, they don't allow there. Look at TikTok. How much kind of a drama went through that, they're collecting data from all these phones from here. How many people they went to the Senate and stuff, sit and trying to, and now these couple other buyers came in and they're like, okay, we're just gonna buy the TikTok. Yeah, she is very I don't know, I mean, I don't know, I mean, he's like, he's fine. He's been sitting there, I don't know for how long, but what compared to what China was a decade ago overall compared to now, I mean, look at their infrastructure and things like that. It's crazy, man. Every time you look at them, those train stations, jeez, they're like, person probably looking like, what the? I mean, look at ours. I rode a train, what was it, 2 weeks ago, last week, 2 weeks ago, we went to Chicago. Oh my God. It's a joke. It's embarrassing. Walk around in Chicago, look at those bridges, all rusty, and it's just you probably doesn't even know it's gonna probably gonna fall on your head now anytime. And here you look at Shanghai and all these other countries, their metro, their trains, like mate, it's just and here we wanted to spend billions and billions of dollars on infrastructure on AI data center. It's just crazy, our trains, our buses, our bridges, just roads are just so outdated. They're so like look so cheap and keep working like a dog and keep paying taxes. Or and now those SNAP benefits are ending as well tomorrow. So that's going to be another drama with the shutdown of the government. Um, whatever, man. There's always going to be something, you know, always going to be something. I want to show you crypto, and then we're gonna. Here's the thing about crypto. It's a tough one to make a case for Bitcoin. I'm gonna tell you why. So, Bitcoin, all-time high, took a first leg down. That's when most of the crash happened with that 80%, whatever the plunge was that all the people got liquidated on the margin. It broke that pivot. It formed a new pivot here. Keep in mind, now I have a broken pivot in Bitcoin. We talked about this thing before with Meta as well. So we formed a new pivot right there, a 10 bar, took a 17.8% hit for 11 days. We got the initial bounce right into that 50 and 61.8 upside projection right there in that zone. Lasted 10 days, 12.2. So we're down 11, rally 10. Okay, so your lower high swing technically supposed to be stay shorter in a time duration compared to your initial swing. So we did 10. Okay. So we managed to close above this 200 and then reverse again. So now we're at B3, 8.6. This low right here is the low pivot. Okay. So we formed a new low. This is a lower high swing. Now here's the interesting part. The rotation here looks very promising. Not the swings though. Okay, this is a broken structure now. So we had this first initial swing. This is when this RRG is trying to improve, trying to catch momentum. It's willing to make that move up here because you know that it's not going this way, right? So it's trying to gain some momentum. All of them. If that's the case, if this rotation goes like this from here in the next coming days, we should expect this move like this. So meaning that make it as an A, B, and C. This move right there that you're looking for is this rotation to play out. You pay attention here, Mama, because I'm not gonna repeat these things during the week. Oh, Bitcoin going up and down. Just listen what I'm telling you. So this rotation is everything. It's gonna match that swing if it's gonna play out. That's what I'm gonna track, and which is what I'm gonna watch every single day. Okay. The direction of the swing is down right now. It's a very tricky situation right now. Okay. The direction of the swing is down. So we shouldn't be looking up. We should be looking down now. Okay. Technically based on the direction. We had a first swing from here to here, which is 17.8, and then we have 12. If we take the distance travel here and this, projected from this low, from this high, which is a lower high, okay, 100% measured move is at 93,782. Distance travel here projected from this swing is goes to this. This is the alternate path. Okay. And if that happens, um, hang on, what testing paper? Yeah, I think so. But I already texted him yesterday. So you will get there? No, but you make sure you put a uniform on. Okay. So this is the alternate path. So meaning the distance travel here projected from this swing gives you a 100% measured move. Okay. If this rotation improves, looks like it's going to in the next couple more days. Okay. It's trying to work its way up. But we need this direction to turn up again. It's down. If this direction turns up, you should expect this move back here. So this number 2 will come here for this rotation. Okay. If it reversed, that will be the ideal move, meaning that you just had a full V-shaped reversal. It's a very tricky right now with Bitcoin to see which way it's going to break next month. November is a key month for Bitcoin. Just keep that thing in mind. Okay, so if this rotation improves in the next couple more days, okay, this low right here must hold. We already have a broken pivot. Okay, so this is why the pressure is going to be to the downside most of the time. But if this badge of stocks along with this rotation willing to move, it could give this move to the upside. If that would be the case, okay, so we can just simply take the counter trend move from this low to this swing high projected from this low. So that'll put you right around like 118 number. So we just measured this swing along with this rotation. So this, I would be much more comfortable if this damn swing wouldn't turn down because the rotation is improving. So that will give us a much better hint and a better idea. So like, okay, at least the direction of the swing is up. Now the rotation is improving, right? That will be a much, I would say, a better read is to make the case back toward this 118 mark to see how this thing goes along with this. Okay, and then we'll see what happens here with this. We'll only have 2 months left for the year, and Bitcoin is not really doing well all year. Okay, so it's the same. It's all the same one. Okay, same thing here with the Bitcoin. We're gonna go to the coin. See, coin, same thing. High pivot, pivot low 303. First initial decline 22.8%, pop 20%, got down here at 12%. Okay, got hit with a sell signal here pretty hard. So does from here as well. So from here is the same thing. You see this coin right there, this swing to this move back here like this. Same like a Bitcoin I just told you. This rotation is everything. If this price willing to break lower, this rotation is going to go sideways. It's not going to go up. Okay. So the other risk that it has is like if these rotations goes up from here, or they reverse. That happens as well. Keep in mind. It's not going this way, but it's just gonna go up and they reverse. So it's very tricky. Okay. This one hasn't broken the pivot yet. Okay, the coin, the swing is down. Okay, so it's hard to fight the upside on a downswing. IBIT, same thing. Broken. This is identical, same chart to Bitcoin, anyways. Okay, so if you need a Bitcoin exposure, you should be trading IBIT, not the MST. That chart is a scam. This is the chart to trade exactly with the spot price of Bitcoin. Broken pivot, same thing. Initial move down here, down swing. This rotation from here, IBIT right there moves. I should give that move back here. So again, it will be much more. I will be more comfortable to make a call like this if the damn direction of the swing is going to be up. But we still gonna have to wait 2 more days. This right here, all of these green lines right there, you see that crossover. It's right. The momentum is rising to the upside. That's why they're trying to move. So I want to stay bullish. I really hope that we could get this move. You know, we just need to hold this low. The same thing here with the Ethereum. Got hit with a sell signal here. Broken pivot, bounce. So this one right there, you see Ethereum, it has already completed this swing. You see right there? Not the coin hasn't completed yet. So does the Bitcoin. IBIT. This Ethereum already did this. You see? So Ethereum is not a really close comparison when it comes to the to the other ones. But it shows that Ethereum is ahead of everyone else because it's completing the swings much faster compared to the other ones. Other ones more kind of a little slow boomer, you know? So if this has happened here, so there is a good chance that I can say that the Bitcoin might get a move back toward that 118-ish kind of mark, you know? So you're at least willing to play that move to the upside. But again, these kind of a corrections are tough to play. So it's too much going on here as well. I gotta buy here, sell here, buy here. That was all to the highs. So there, it's just right now. It's just like it's like it is a sandwich trade right here now. 50 here, 200 here. The price is right in the middle. So it has to break one way or another at some point. It depends like how long this the price will take to trade in between this range. So it's a tough way to make a call which way the stock will break once the stock goes in between this kind of a range. So keep that thing in mind. It's not easy to put out a position because you simply don't know what the direction is. If you want to take the direction, what direction is down? It's right in front of you. So you shouldn't be looking up. When it turns green, then we'll look that way because that's when the swing will turn direction to the upside. I mean, momentum is really strong in this one. There's no doubt. This thing can move right back up. But again, I'm not gonna project anything to the upside for entertainment purposes until these things turns up again. You know? So so keep that thing in mind. Now here's a tricky part. This is Here's a Bitcoin monthly chart. Okay. Bitcoin low of this year is shown in a two. Just Optima doesn't do. Yeah, we can do this. Okay. It shows the price before with one decimal point. You can do two and three. You're gonna have to adjust the value. So that's the low, right, of the year. That's the high of the year. So we're just gonna focus on this part. I just want you to pay attention to one thing, okay? Look how the Bitcoin is trading. This was the initial move. Well, we don't have to go that far. 5 months down, 32.7. 5 months up, 119. 3 months down, 31.7. Okay. So we have two swings to the downside since last year, which are basically exactly the same measured moves. Okay. So that has happened twice. Now, Bitcoin ended the month with an outside bar. Okay. Now, this is a tricky one. So what we just went through on a daily time frame, looking at the art because that's much in a smaller time frame. So that's basically you trying to play the counter trend move. Now you trying to look in the bigger picture. This is an outside bar. That's how it ended the month. You know, there's an outside bar here as well. Not back there. The previous time when it had an outside monthly bar, Bitcoin tanked 31% for 3 months. So keep that thing in mind. Bitcoin structure is broken on a daily time frame. That I can tell you for sure. Okay, because of the lower pivot that it had to hold that pivot somehow, but it didn't. It formed a new one to the downside. So that's why it's going to be under pressure for a while before it's going to get a clear read. This and this, got to pay attention to. This is going to be very tough call to make, okay, for Bitcoin in November. Now keep in mind, November, based on a seasonality, is the worst month of the year of Bitcoin. I believe I have um I gotta clear this. November, it's I mean the average return is 35, but the this is we're right here. This is black. No, right here. So if you look at the returns, the heavy one is right here, 36. Well, this one is 2013 November was beast. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I have 10 months. So it's it's this outside bar for October is just tough one. It's called 2-in-1 bar because it makes the high and it makes the low. And according to GAN as well, it's just those are the bars that says you have to wait and see because those are just never gives you a clear read um, which way the price swings. And last time, if we just compare this, you see it just broke lower. Not a, it's not a definitely not a bearish pattern, that's for sure. It would have been red. This is green right there, bullish. This is bullish. Yeah, right now, see, this just starting a new month is a doji right now because it's only one day. So the only thing is this five down, five up, three down, six up. This is a very good sign. Based on a time, this swing lasted extra month compared to the previous swing low. You need this. This swing has to extend more on time and price. As you can see right there, it has not exceeded on price, only on time. This was a 119% swing. This is only 69 and a half. So technically, this measured move based on it has to extend more, but it exceeded the time, not the percentage range. So it can, projection can go up. That's not a issue but the price just has to, to show that is, it just, see, like if you look at the weekly, look at that. Look where this thing is going in the coming weeks, though. It's this week. Bitcoin just taking a nasty rotation right into the end of the year. It's just timing cannot be any. any perfect, you know? It's close. It's not that bad. I mean, there's Ethereum is way back here, the one who's actually running ahead of everyone else. Is the one because it has much better relative strength. I mean, that's why it's weakening on a much as not as fast as compared to the other one. So it just look at this. I mean, again, the only thing is I can say is to make this move here. So let's say on I don't even know it's gonna back to like 390 on this one if this low holds. So you can just but this rotation has to improve and the direction of the swing has to go up. Bitcoin, we already did it to 118 for now. IBIT, we can run this one from this low to this high to this low. 66.94 like 67, give or take. You see that because the thing is this, the pivots are all the way to the high, of course. You know, we're way far until we're gonna break this to look for further continuation to the upside. So this guy who's telling me for the next 60 days that Bitcoin is gonna be 200, that's just stupid to be honest. Okay. To me, it's just, I mean, I don't know what kind of research he used. I have a lot of respect for that guy, but you guys gotta make some reasonable calls, not these kind of numbers. Um, Ethereum is, you see, he's already looking for this third swing to the downside because this one here, it took out this low. That's a lower high swing. You see, he's looking for this third swing to the downside with a broken pivot. That structure is broke, man. I'm telling you. You don't want to break pivot. Look, this scam chart. Broken pivot. Look here. See how it moved down? Look right there. I mean, I looked at, I don't really watch this stock because I usually watch S&P 5, S&P 100. This is not an S&P 100 stock anyway. So it just, you see right there, resistance failed. And this zone is always it's gonna fight. Yesterday ended with a doji. Yeah. With earnings. I think, yeah, they reported earnings, I believe, on Thursday after the close. Yeah, ended the day with the doji. Ethereum was okay inside the yeah, IBIT was a doji. Bitcoin got a little bit of a meat on the body. And this one is it's a tough read. It's gonna take few more days to see how it goes, you know? But the one to watch is this. If this thing end up repeating this, okay, that will put you out for November, December, yeah, right at the end of the year. It's gonna be a completely flat year for that for Bitcoin if that end up being happening. This is not a good bar, not at the very high. That's all I can tell you. So they call those outs. This is why they call it outside reversal bars. According to the swing counts, most of the swing ends at the reversal bar at the high. But it's not necessary. It's absolutely not necessary. But like you look here, Oops. Man, it's so much price here. It just doesn't. Okay, stay here. You see the bottom? See bottom form here with the outside bar. And then from there it works its way up. See, you never has we had one here. You don't see that many outside bars. See one happened, then it happened here, and then it happens again. So you had a pretty continue. I mean, here you had a drawdown here, 32.7%. But the point is like, I don't know. I mean, this is if I know how to draw lines. I mean, we're okay with time though. That's the good. It's a good sign. Just need to extend. Let me run. Just simply run this. So this. Look at that. Ay, ay, ay. This is where exactly the price is struggling the last 2, 3 months. Yeah, it's right there, 200%. I wanted to 126. This is where, yeah, that's your perfect answer right there. I didn't even looked at it before. So I was kind of curious to see but that's a 77.6% decline from peak to trough. Oh, gold, gold is fine. Gold is good. Oh, weekly swing is up as well. Gold, here, gold put an outside bar up at the very top. Oh, gold had a 9 weeks of run. Keep that thing in mind for 9 weeks. Okay, so it has to kind of take a breather some point. I mean, come on. Maybe what are you gonna do? 10 weeks run, 11 weeks run? Well, okay. Then what? You know, you had a pretty wild run for 9 straight weeks in a row. Well, there goes the outside bar. So, I mean, gold can take a pause. Just gold goes sideways for a long time. See right there? All these weekly bars. Just to this range. After this move, now we have this move. What happened? This again. Oh, all this, all this fine. No new pivots. These are all stacking up. These pivots are all keep going up and up. See, gold is there's nothing bearish about the gold below 3501. Until then, the structure is good. Even on a daily time frame, look where the pivots are. Hasn't even formed a pivot yet. It might eventually at some point. The downside, the daily swing is down. But then if you go on the weekly swing, that was good. Now it's good. Monthly is good. Yeah, just taking it's gonna take a breather. That's all. Got a huge run to the upside. Okay, one last chance and then we're done. I show you where's my jar. There. No, I do monthly. Here. S&P 500. Let's focus on time. Okay. Not the price. Just the time. Now pay attention. I know a lot of people getting a panic attack that the market is up for 6 months in a row. Okay. And this is the April low. This is the bear market low of October 23. So from October 23, we're up 68.6%, right? So we're looking at things not from here. We're looking at a monthly time frame. So I can include bars here. Okay, so that's 24 bars. So at 24 bars is 2 years. Even the fact that we had this drawdown. But the swing low is here, not here. Okay, this is a full picture. So this is this year low, but that is not the low of the swing. We focus on a low of the swing where the low was formed. Okay, because swing doesn't turn down because that was only down for 2 months. Then rip right back up. There was a swing was down for 3 months. This was a gift. If you ever in your lifetime come across an S&P which is down for 3 months, you can sell your kidney at the end of the month and buy the S&P or SPY calls or Qs. This doesn't happen that often. This is one of a lifetime opportunities you're ever gonna come across. It's gonna happen one sometime eventually down the road. I don't know when. But it's gonna happen because these swings have a very good personality. They call bar to bar relationship. So it eventually will happen one, again, some point. Those are the months that you wanted to buy. Just keep that thing in mind. And you don't go three. You could have an inside month, but you're gonna have fourth month is gonna be up. So regardless, the case is if you start buying stuff 3 months down, I mean, I don't know what percentage, but you're just talking about the time, not the price. They're two different things. Anyways, back to what I wanted to show you. Okay, so we're up six. It's number six. How many times have we won six? And then what happened in the 7 month? Okay, so let's see. There's six here, five here, down month. You see, like what I mean by that is like you're gonna see the green bars, they're gonna turn red for the next month. We're just trying to make a case for 1 month. Okay, don't expect where we're going, but that's beside the point. All we're trying to calculate is time now, not the price. Six, five, down month, five, outside month. Well, every time when you're gonna see an outside month, that's what you're gonna have a spike in volatility. Okay. Five, outside month, five, outside month, five, down. Here's the thing. 14 back in 2018, down month. Okay. We're only at 6. We're not even at 14. Okay. That's back in 2018. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to find sixes. 6, 7. Then we have an outside month. Okay. So we're at 6. This is 7. And then, so that means November and then December. If we're going to calculate our time, where we at now. So now we'll go back to our seasonality that we looked at earlier. That looks very promising, right? Everything looks pretty good. So if that's the case, right? So we should go with 7, okay, with another higher bar for November. December is where we're gonna get the shakeout. Year end kind of, right between like tax harvesting and the things like this. We're trying going back to 2014. Here's another 6 down month. Okay. Here's another 6 down month. So, I mean, I don't know how far you want to go. There's no point. I mean, this is, I mean, you're looking at what, 18, like 5, 6, 14, 15, 15 years of data is more than enough. Okay. More than enough. So this is 6 down, 6 down month, 6 went to 7, then went to an outside. So we gotta go 6 fail, 6 fail. That makes it 2. So count these numbers. 6 went up, so we have 2 down against 1. 6, this. Now we got 2 and 2. We need to find 6s. We're just trying to make a case for a 1 month. That's it. So we're in 2 and 2 basically. We don't have another 6. We only have 5. Because we have a lot of 5s. A lot of 5s, most of them end up reversing. You see all the 5, most of them are reversing with the outside bar. That's when the volatility kicks in. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to put a hedge on the board next week for the next 2 months. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to go out 60 days at the end of the year. Okay. I'll target the 7,000 to the upside. Okay. And at the same time, I'll put a butterfly, bearish butterfly to the downside. So how that thing is going to work. So the way I have to structure that is to depends, because if we end up going up, okay, if we're going up in November to 7,000 mark, we're off like 80 points off from the highs, but not from where we close. But that's just not. So if you want to make a case for that, so if we go back to 7, that's roughly 2.3% move, right? 2% move, give or take. It's 2% move to the upside. What I was thinking yesterday is I'm going to do it one way or another. that I'm gonna put a hedge on the S&P cash. I'll play the upside, but I'll keep the downside at the same time. So meaning that we can do a diagonal play to the upside. That meaning is going to have more kind of bullish tilt to it. So it means that the price does move higher. The diagonal will pay us, but it will keep us theta positive along the way. Not dying for a 60 days out, but then I have to either adjust it. Either I can do a directional butterfly to the upside to target 7,000, or then just put one to the downside. We can flip-flop it, either or. You can do a butterfly to the upside. Okay, it's gonna be cheaper, gonna be have a much bigger payout if the price kind of end the year over there. We don't know that. And put a diagonal bearish to the downside. So meaning if the price does kind of roll over, so we have a downside protection. So I gotta have to play with strikes that I will have a much better read on Monday when the level's gonna get updated what I have on my chart. So then I will play around with strike prices during the day. It takes time. S&P you cannot rush because there's so many of these strike prices on the S&P cash index. You just gotta have to be real careful because one or two different strike it can change the entire delta and the theta on the trade. So we can copy it, you can copy the thing like as I will do the sim you can do a similar one on the SPY. But I have to make one. So you have to wait until Monday afternoon or so. So once the market is gonna open and stuff, and then I'll see when all the fibs gonna get updated. So then I will know what to make out of this. So I'll play the upside. I mean, again, we'll counter trend. Like we will play the moves, whatever the rotation comes in and play, and whatever signal fires, we'll play that part. Okay. So it's just to have, I mean, it's what to do for tax purposing or whatever the case is. Trade is a trade. But looking at that time, and I'm well aware that the six can go seven, but the seven ends didn't went up eight. Remember we looked at a back time that end up going to an outside reversal bar. So the volatility can pick up in the next 2 months. Okay. So I think if we have enough time, we can close the trade if we got a big, nice down session. I mean, trade, you're still getting paid on it, but it's just a matter of, you see, like volatility is just in this, well, I formed a 10 bar pivot right there, that 28.99. So it's between this range.
There were a lot of, hey Mo, there were a lot of VIX calls bought for end of year this week. So whether that doesn't mean
They're
crash.
hedging.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that means, volatility up, kind of thing. Melt up and volatility goes up, which is kind of what we've had a little bit of late.
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like if I were to do 2 months out, meaning that, okay, if we end up going higher in November, right? I'll target the 7,000. So we can put a vertical spread, or you can do a diagonal spread, doesn't matter. Okay. You can play the upside. So you have the upside exposure. But the thing is this, at the same time, you can put a butterfly to the downside. Like if this thing rolls over, well, yeah, your upside is going to get hurt, but the upside, you can close it any time as quick as you can if the downside accelerates faster, you know? So you take a loss on that, you're going to make money on the downside anyways. So just a matter of how much the difference that you keep. I mean, you're hedging. There's nothing bearish about the market. The market can pulls back 2-3% tomorrow. Doesn't mean that it's going to change the entire structure. Absolutely not. 2-3% drop is not going to change nothing. I can tell you that for sure. You need some serious damage in order to shake this entire market upside down. It's just not a couple days of selling. Not going to do anything.
And we're end of year, right? Performance based.
Correct. That's why I wanted to do it as well, because I need a little bit of because I manage a different account as well. So I need a little bit of a tax loss, to be honest.
There's also, the narrative that, most managers are below the benchmark this year, right? Because it's a lot of people have been on the sidelines, right, waiting for a proper dip. So
Yes.
the narrative is there's going to be a chase. That's the narrative right now.
16.3% year to date. That's, I mean, look at these names that we just looked at them. I mean, some of them are just barely up, or some of them just sitting flat. I'll just go with the top leaders. You can just do the S&P 100 index. I mean, here. So here. So these are the stocks right there, exactly where they're at year to date. So biggest loser is United Healthcare. I'm not these are not the S&P 500, but they're just the top 100 club. Charter, Target, Accenture, Comcast, United, Adobe, Salesforce, PayPal, Bristol Myers, Nike, ServiceNow, Starbucks, Honeywell, FedEx. These are huge companies. Home Depot's flat, Costco flat, Lindy right there flat.
Uh, all the consumer stocks.
That's
That's
what
what
I'm
it is,
saying.
right?
Consumer staple is just, I don't know. Is this inflation is just on a paper to
Eh,
convince everyone
And
that there's no
and the consumer, right? The report from CMG from Chipotle,
correct.
that was a very negative report.
I know. They're saying that the people, because the Chipotle customer base, according to their survey, whatever they do, they're targeting people into 100,000 bracket income. Okay, 100,000 bracket income, and those people, they're saying that, well, these people are not coming to the store anymore. They're pulling back. So where else they going? So they cooking home, because Chipotle food is not junk food. It's better than a lot of restaurants out there. It's a little more healthier food. Yeah, it's a lot of carbs, like when you're eating rice and stuff. That's different, but still, it's not as greasy food like, I want to go to a fast food place and stuff. But yeah, when you look at them, I mean, we're going into a last 2 months. Like most of these consumer staple stocks are the one are just getting whacked this year. Where are these buyer? Costco I understand, is all membership. That's where they make all their money. But the stocks they're leading, it's Palantir, AMD, Intel, thanks to the government, CVS. CVS is the healthcare stock, the number one stock in the healthcare. Broadcom, Caterpillar, Oracle, Nvidia, um, Nvidia. Nvidia is not 50%. Something is not right. Oh yeah, it is. Whoa.
and and it probably has room to run.
Oh yeah, I mean Nvidia
It's,
again. It's just a poster child.
that day this week, GTC was big. He announced a lot of good things.
Gilead and stuff, yeah. Abby. So they're pulling back. It'll be Tesla at 13, Eli Lilly 11, Amazon 11, Meta 10, Coca-Cola, Abbott. Apple is here, booking 2. That's it. I mean, this is where we at year to date as of the yesterday close. Yeah, it's just the thing is this that the stocks that are pulling back, like some of these names, they're good companies. Like if you look at their financials and stuff, is the ones to I think to start. That's what I'm looking at is just to see if we can pick something, few good names for the next run, for the next year run. So because they already took a lot of beating this year, right? So what if we can get 10, 15, 20% upside on leaps would be nice. We're gonna have plenty of time. But again, it's all dependent on rotation. I don't consider or even touch a trade if it doesn't fit my rotation. Uh, you know, yeah, I need that more than anything else. So it just Home Depot. I always like that name. Is a good. It's a Dow 30 stock. Um, Lowe's, no, I mean Costco is just too much. It's too overvalued stock. Very expensive. Um, T-Mobile is okay. I'm watching this. I'm ConocoPhillips. I like this one. ConocoPhillips down 10% is gonna well if the miracle can happen, it can reverse, go break even for the year would be nice. So I might look into this. Cheaper stock as well, not that expensive. Um, Starbucks, no. Service now is good. It's very expensive stock. Marlboro, TXN, Nike, nah. Bristol Myers, PayPal, absolutely not. Adobe gotta fight this one out. UPS, it's showing some signs. Still down 23. Accenture, Target, UNH. It's already got Home Depot, ConocoPhillips. I would be those are the two ones that I would hang on. Let's do this. I'm gonna buy some. So if you look at a monthly rotation, Adobe, UNH is the worst one. So does the target right there. UPS is starting to turn. This is you're looking at long term, like months out. Okay, this is not something that you're gonna start counting something from Monday. It doesn't work. This is a very long term, like long time frame. So there's a lot of weekly rotation goes in between, and it doesn't. You don't have to go month. You see right there, COP. This has a potential, man. I'm telling you, this is. I would pick this one. This is a weekly one. Weekly is more than enough. You don't have to go to monthly, to be honest. This is for leaps and stuff for the next, let's say if you end up buying a weekly signal, go out like 6 months on time, if rotation comes into a play. Yeah, it takes time. See right there, COP, right? This is down on a weekly time frame, but it's gonna curve because I know that it reversed. It probably here somewhere. Hang on, let me do this. COP. I mean, where the heck is this? Yeah, we can just play around. See, it didn't really. It was down here back in 8-1. Time will change. The week will change here when I'm gonna slide the bar. Next week, okay, so we're up 8-15. That sucker rejected right there after the 15. You see the hook reversed? That's what just lost its momentum right there. It was trying to fight the following week after that. You see that it couldn't move up because it gotta go this way, you know, go in reverse. See, so now it's right back there. It changes week here. It's gonna turn. Once it's gonna turn, then it will once it rejected like this, meaning that the quadrant it was in quadrant, then it went back in the previous quadrant, and then the next time it turns, it goes. You don't get the double rejection from one quadrant to another. What I mean by that is this. Because you have a rotation, right? Goes up like this. It's supposed to go like this. But then it changes quadrant like this. And then after a couple weeks, it could take a week and a half, could take a month, okay? Because this is a weekly time frame. Once it turns back up, which it will, okay, then it's gonna go. Because it already took the turn from one. It doesn't go like this, this, then this, then this. No, it doesn't happen that way. If it rejected once from one quadrant back to the previous one, then the next time one is going to curve is going to go. Okay, so it's good. I like this one. Mm, Never owned the stock, but I would definitely consider. Now, if I go back to the week on a daily time frame, sucker right there. So mm, yeah, this is put something you see like caterpillar right there came down to weakening, see, running right back up. Of these ones right there, like same thing with Lily. See, it was weakening. See how it doesn't want to go here now. It's gonna go right back up, then comes back down, and then this way. So it just adds more time to it. Could be weeks, it could be a month. So it all depends, like how much of a momentum and stuff that this is what's going on with this Berkshire Hathaway is just it's a tough one. How many name you have to look at this way that I can do a run this way. Should let's see. Quadrant change. So they are the ones that changing. This is the S&P full. There's not that many stocks in a scan, so which are the one? These are the ones that changing the detection, meaning that they just starting to come and like the one quadrant to another one, like they're right at the peak. Uber is one of them. JPM, PFG, CMI, Cummins. See, these two names, if DVN and COP. So we go back here. COP already looked at them right there. This is good. You confuse. And DVN. Uh, and this one is a buy signal as well, hasn't failed yet. So these are the two names. This is flat for the year. ConocoPhillips COP is down 10%, right? So which one to pick? We can do, so we have DVN and we have COP. You see how much work I have to do in the middle of us to find trades? You probably think I just like randomly pick or like, oh yeah, just play trade this. Okay, so a relative strength, right? DVN is a better pick than a COP. Okay, so these are two energy names, correct? So it from from the relative, but based on comparing two charts, as you can see, the green one has a much better relative strength compared to this pig. This is much weaker. This is why it's down 10% compared to this one. So when you're trying to buy something that come close, which would be the better bet? The one is already stronger compared to the other one, correct? So deviant. So this is it doesn't mean that you're gonna buy this one. This is more as like a bargain price, and that price can eventually make a move higher. But just to compare stocks side by side, see like okay, that the trailing right there. Let me see the EXLE. Energy names are, yeah, some of them are starting to move. This one is up on a roll. SLB. I missed that trade. I can't. Ugh. I was gonna. I looked at this one. Mm, hate myself. I let's see. No, SLB. Sorry. This one. It was right in front of me. I looked at him because it popped up on a scan. This rotation was around here. But this signal triggered. But I don't know what the hell I was doing in the middle of a day. I just missed it. Look at the move. I was gonna do this 50, 200 call spread. So very, it's okay. Now it's here. But this entire move is done. I'm gonna chase it here now. Well, not everything has my name on it, so it's not an Oxy is looking low, way back there. Man, this I cannot even type. It hasn't triggered anything yet. Oh, it has a broken pivot because just see, gotta fight this. It's a tough buys. And always remember that. Anytime you're gonna, if, every time you're gonna buy a stock which has spent several days below 50 and a 200 moving average is gonna be a tough battle. Okay, just put that thing in your head. Don't expect a massive reversal. It can if you're willing to risk it on earnings. That's your only way it's going to happen. Or if this or if it's going to be a buyout or something, or it's going to be some news broke, but that doesn't matter. But when you take the ATR, okay, with your DTR move, it's still not going to give you that massive breakout based on a regular session. So it's always going to be a tough battle to to fight these two moving averages. It's gonna the price finds a floor, it's gonna come back first, it's gonna test the 50. Then the 50 is gonna hold them. If it clears 50, then it's gonna go up to a 200. Then the 200 is gonna put a pause on it. You know, and then the price has to fight that. So these two to make his way to the upside. Then you need to see several couple closes above the 200. Say like, okay, you know what? Now I can see a clear trend is going to the upside. So the question now that you have to ask yourself, should you wait for this price to rally all the way up here to give you that clear structure, okay, a well-established trend, or would you buy something here? Because you miss the this is the thing about trading is this where what is your entry and where would you willing to take it? Would you risk from here to here because you picked up 41 price, or would you willing to pay 46, 47 once you will see an official close up here? So look at the gap. That's your offset. That's where you define this is the risk that you're willing to take. Well, how low? You don't even know if this is the low. What if this thing bounces here and goes another low, forms here? The point behind is this that you fighting this time, okay? This is not about the price. People look, I mean, this is why we strictly follow the direction. Is when the swing tells you when the direction is up and when the direction is down. A direction was up here, right? And it failed because this low got taken out right there. You need to hold a certain low, and then you just need to make swings like this to have an uptrend. But where is the low? When the low is going to form? What time? We don't know that. I wish I know. I would have made you all guys a millionaires in a couple months. But this when we have fibs comes into a play. That's we have our fibs. It gives you those bottoms. Look at the low here. How can you beat that? But that doesn't mean that's the low. But at least, okay, well, it hugged that line and it bounced. Now, this is not just a blank chart. We have our levels, we have our fibs, all structure, all everything is on one page. This is all you need to trade any stock. You want to buy a stock, you want to trade a stock, you want to just this is all you need. You need nothing else. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, all garbage time frames. I'm talking about swing trade. I'm not talking day trading. I don't have time for that anyways. This is all you need to trade. Swing trade, you want to buy shares, you want to, whatever you want to do. Weekly is just going to put you on a much higher time frame, then you just simply don't even have to sit and watch any session because that's just you just focus on a one full weekly time frame to see what the open is and where the week is going to close. Daily time frame is the best. 4 hour, I don't even know if people follow 4 hours. You should do a half day chart. 195 minutes is much better than 4 hours. Um, it's always like this, you buying a dip. Well, where you want to buy a dip? Then you want on top of you want to average. Um, I've told you so many times, I'm not a big fan of averaging trades down. I don't do that. I'll find another trade. I'll find plenty of trade, not just find one trade. I'll find plenty of trade, but I'm just not gonna fight one position and just keep adding. Absolutely not. Something is down is down. Just wait it out. What else you can do? Because more and more you look at something that is down and you're thinking like, oh, should I pause? Can go. It mentally messing you up. Your focus is all on one position now because you're just trying to fight something. You're looking at like, okay, price is down below 5,200, broke pivot. I mean, you just like, okay, where is the low? Is the low? If this is the low, is in between somewhere here. You simply don't know. At least when the swing direction turns up, we can mark that low. Say like, okay, you know what? Here, this is the low. At least the swing, the direction the swing is up now. So these are things. This is why I don't. I mean, my style of trading is always more in this. And when I was working on building swing supplies, demands, things in this, I had much better success, much better read on a daily time frame than any other garbage time frame, to be honest. While I was starting to see results much better on this time frame. I've done it on a 1 hour, I've done it on a 15 minutes as well. Here's 15 minutes right there. You want to trade this? I'll show you one. Here, at the 15-minute chart. It's not like that they don't work. The signal's gonna work. Here, Tesla. Look, bought it here. There's sell. Another buy. There's a sell right there. It's the same concept. If you want, if you dine for trades like this, I'll give it to you. You can trade them. These are like very tight stop loss trades. Keep that thing in mind. You're gonna get clipped really fast, or they're gonna go. They're gonna go. Sell right there on this bar right in a 15-minute bar. They're changing every 15 minutes. That's your stop loss right there on the top, and this is your drawdown. Well, first of all, you don't even know the price is going to drop this much. But this one seems really big because it's a 15-minute chart. I change it back to a 1 hour chart. See how limited the signals get? It just all depends on what your time frame is. I've done all of them. Sometimes it's not like that I don't trade. Sometimes I do trade. I know how to trade these. I grab like 448 right there, catch a move for like 3-4 points. Make like 150, 200 bucks, boom, done. That's it, I'm done. I've, I mean, if that's only if I'm in a move, but I don't have time for that. Set a stop loss right there. This is a 15-minute candle right there, right? So this one triggers right there. That's your stop loss. Get yourself an entry here, catch like a 2-3 points, boom, close the trade. Make like 150, 200 bucks, done. You can do a scalping, but these are fast moving trades. So the only downside for me is to put these trades out because then when I'm going to get myself in, and then by the time you're going to get in, upload the stock, go into a strike price, the bid is going to change. It's just not fair. But I got myself in and now you're going to pay like $40, $50 more. Why would I do that? So you're going to pay more. What if the trade is going to reverse? You end up taking a much bigger loss than me because you paid higher price. It's single calls are like 30 because it depends on the momentum, depends on the time frame. When you take in a trade, some of them they trigger, the market opens at 8:30, some buy signal is going to trigger at 8:15, like 15 minutes later, by meaning the first 15-minute candle closed after the session, and then the buy signal triggers on the fall. At that time, there's a volume in the market, you know? So those ones, those trades can move really fast. Like here's NVIDIA right there. You see, but some of them they get really choppy. What you can make out of here? Nothing. I mean, some of them they move really good. Look at this. But the if when you collect the data, okay, and then you say like, okay, I done 50 trades based on this time frame. I've done it. So what was my win rate? What was my average return? Right? Let's say if I will take one contract, that's how I was doing this all the months. So I will take one contract on 15 months. I'm going to do 15 to 20 trades. Let's see what the win rate comes out to be on those trades. How many of them got whacked? How many of them end up paying? Then you take the 1 hour time frame, you know. Then I took a half day, half day time frame, 195 minutes. I tried those. Then I went to a daily and then a weekly. But believe me, in the end, daily just out uh, killed everyone else. Much better results on the daily time frame. So we're doing the same thing here as well. You can see we're collecting data, right? So we're doing trades. So we have 2 months of average. Okay, so all the trades that we're doing, and we're gonna keep doing the same thing. We're gonna do it now. See how November is gonna go, then December will go. So we'll have 4 more months, right? So I have all this, but I want you to see it to see how it progress over time, right? So we have full September here, exactly how many trades we did, and we have full December here, how many trades we did here. So we have our win rate. So this will know exactly how the daily signal will go, over time. That's, I mean, let's see how the next month goes, I want to maintain, I'll try. It's not up to me, but I hope I'm going to find the good ones. Just try to maintain 70-80% bracket. If I'm here in that bracket, perfect. I'm happy. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 losses. I don't care. It's gonna come anyway. So you gotta, what you gotta worry about? Can't win them all. We'll find plenty of winners. I know how to win. Don't worry about me that. So we're gonna collect more data. That's gonna be a good way to look at it. We have our performance. We know exactly how it works. I know what works, and I'm not trying to pitch you, try to be a salesman, but you will experience that. Now, if you do trading and stuff on your own, well, you're on your own. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with me. Look at this Netflix. I mean, it kills you, this kind of a price action. That's why I don't use it, you know, unless I'm really not I have anything going on sitting on my desk. I'll pull up a 15-minute chart on something and but they work really fast. They're very like you'd see you get in here. It's a 15-minute candle. That's your stop loss right there to the previous candle low. And then you're trying to cash this move right there. Well, that's 15 minutes. 15 minutes, that's half an hour. That's 45 minutes. So you're in a trade for like roughly like 45 minutes. I mean, you're not, I mean, if you want to go to a 1 minute, I mean, that's a totally different game. This is like you're talking those hardcore scalping. There's your SPY chart. Can't even line that thing up there on the top because it's such a shorter time duration. So if you want to do this is a 1 minute chart. It's the same concept. Buy here, sell here, sell here. This still has a sell on a 1 minute. And buy here, right this. So you can got let's say you get yourself in here around like 679. 679, try to write like 682, probably like 2 point move. Same thing here from this sell to this buy. I mean, again, this is a 1 minute chart. So it's every 1 minute there's a new candle forms, open, close, high, low, and open, close. Every 1 minute. That's crazy. So it's just uh, yeah, 15 minutes I watch them, and that's a 15 minute, yeah, that's a 15-minute spy. As a buy signal triggered here at 12:30 bar. 12 o'clock 30, yeah, 12:30. This 15-minute candle right there triggered a buy signal. So then yesterday we rallied all the way back up, and then we just kind of like took a little flush at the close. It looks more bigger here because it's a smaller time frame. Keep that thing in mind. I'm gonna go to a 1 hour. See, still has the buy. So it just see at least 1 hour kind of gives you a little cleaner look. You can notice. You see, it can last you for 2, 3 sessions. Well, each session is 6.5 hour long. So for if you're on an hourly candle, you're most likely gonna have 6 candles for the whole day, and you're done, right? So then you're just only gonna have it's just really weird. I can't stand that the Thinkorswim counts an hour when the market opens. Okay, so the market opens Central Time, which is my time at 8:30. So the Thinkorswim candle, the first hour closes at 9:30. So it goes like this: 9:30, then 10:30, then 11:30, then 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, and then 3 o'clock the market is going to close. Optima screen that I have here, it updates at 9 o'clock. So the candle that is already open at at 2 o'clock, it ends at, so basically their candle closes, meaning the new one appears at 9 o'clock, then 10 o'clock, then, so they close out the session based on the previous day half hour. Okay. Thinkorswim starts a new session, new candle forms at the minute the bell opens. So there's a lot of time when when I'm watching, when I know like, okay, there's a half hour gap between these two screens. So I already know how Optima candle appears for the new hour, but we're still lagging half an hour behind on Thinkorswim. So there's a lot of time I can match a candle this way as well. So like, okay, it was a higher candle for the next following hour. So we can expect the same thing on Thinkorswim as well. So it's a little tricky, but if you would compare those two side by side, but it's very interesting because one can give you an early confirmation compared to the other one, because one is kind of technically running behind and one is ahead of it because it's just because of the close. Everything is based on a close in the end, though. You cannot make anything on a running candle. Okay, there's nothing is going to happen. You have a high, you have a low, you have an open, and you have a close. So this candle is closed. So what does it look like? It's a higher candle because it closed higher than the previous one, as in, you know. So it's a higher, even though it shows it right here because I have a different pattern here, but it's a higher candle. See, there was a higher candle because this close and high was higher than the previous one, right? So in this case right there, so one opens before than the other one. So it's kind of interesting to watch. There's a lot of time that I see Optima candle is already higher on Tesla, and then half hour later Tesla candle closes a Thinkorswim chart, and then the next candle appears up to the upside as well. Like, okay, now I can stay in the trade for another hour. So it's kind of well interesting to kind of compare two side by side. Anyways, Bitcoin, all the story ended. Oh, you wanted to see this guy sent me a look at the chart. Etsy. I'm gonna go here. I think Etsy took oh no, here. Well, Etsy is a sell signal now. It took this leg down. Um, it's okay. I mean, well, swing is down. Stock is up 17% year to date. So you have a pivot low with the pivot high is 76 and a half. Okay, so what I can do, what you can do is just to take this high to this low, which I should, God, I got so much. So you can just go like this. You gotta watch 55. That's gonna be a problem. That's your 200 right there. So if it already broke below 50, okay, there's a very good chance it's gonna hug this 200. Okay, which is at 59.33. So you have an upside at 66. So you have a 66.59. That's roughly gives you what, 6 points, 6.5 points, right? This is a 3.61 ATR stock, basically, technically like 3.5%, okay, on the points. So that gives you 6.5 between 5,200 with an ATR of 3.61. So yesterday was 2.57, 71% RSI is pretty cooked. And this one is sold. This is not good either. You have a declining volume with the price making a lower low. Even the fact that this where the volume got a big pop on a sell-off, these two lows right there is not confirming the volume. Okay. So watch that. Okay, because there's a 200 coming here as well. So um yeah, this is typical, we talk about the sandwich trade. This is exactly where you're standing there. So between 50 and 200 right there.
Thanks, Mo.
6 point zone. So if you want to go off with the fibs, there's one at 60.29, 60.29 that basically will be almost close to your 200. So I would definitely watch this zone to see it's gonna 200 is gonna give a bounce. Stock is already up 17% year to date, so I think right there I would watch this 200 with this 60, 59, 59, 60. That should give at least a bounce up. Let's see what the rotation looks like. Uh, Scan is not gonna let me put anything. Yeah, see, rotation is not helping you. So momentum is definitely weak. That's why it has the sell signal. It's gonna confirm that any weakness here is gonna get confirmed with the sell signal. Same thing, any momentum that we're trying to pick up is gonna get confirmed with the buy signal. That's how the system work. It's been designed that way. Okay, weakening is gonna trigger the sell signal. Um, so this is yeah, do you have a position open on this one? Or are you considering
Yes, I have.
where you oh no.
I have at
Open up?
62.
Hang
Shit.
on, hang on. Huh?
I'm gonna go. It's gonna be only 18 kids. It's gonna go fast.
Yeah, what time? Oh, 12:45.
You said
12:45. That's what he texted me yesterday, 12:45. Okay, we got time.
You're gonna go?
I don't know. You want to go and sit there? Okay.
Let's go.
Well, yesterday you said you're going to drop them off.
Because the guy from work, so they have it 11:30. So this one is 12:45.
Okay. So you have a, do you have a position open?
Yes, at 62. And after close market yesterday, there was a huge dark pool activity on it at 62.
Okay. Yeah, so you're close. Yeah, you're really close to, but you see, you have to understand one thing. The swing is down, momentum is weakening. You have a sell signal here as well. So you have a declining volume for 2 days. Okay. Right there. This is a little bit higher, which is good. This one is okay, nothing big. Um, Watch this to see, I mean, if you can catch 3, 4 point move, I mean, you have a swing trade open, I mean, it's going to be good. But in order for you to get rid of this, you need to go back here to 76.34. Okay, for this sell signal to get invalidated. So it's the same thing when you have a buy here, you need to make sure this low holds and for this price to move up. And same thing here with the sell signal, you want a price to stay down below this high of the what 1028 bar, the previous day bar. So it's always going to be the previous day bar. That's where you're going to have your like this one. The signal right there triggers on 7.2 right there in the bottom. The low of 7.1 right there, this low right there is going to be the stop loss right there. So
Okay.
you're using a one previous day low. I told you before I tried doing two, I was like one is better. So just go previous day. You can go, sometimes I do go two if they're really, really close like this. You see this low right there of 630 and then this low here. You see how close it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes, there's a lot of times these market makers, they're gonna try to push it down because you're trying to pick an entry from the bottom up just to
Yeah.
flush it down and then they reverse everything back up. It happens a lot. So it's just the way it is. It's just liquidity top and bottom is just always gonna it's gonna suck the buyers um into it.
And
So
correct me if I'm wrong, with two new lows with the very low volume, there's like a beginning sign of reversal. It's not confirmed, but it just gives you a hint.
I mean, a reversal sign would occur if you would have at least like a reversal bar. There's always a positive, when the price closes a high, make a high and a low the previous day.
Okay.
That's one. Second is you look for some sort of big long wick. Wick is always gonna be a good reversal bar. Like this one right there. See right there? This is the hammer right here. You see the big, huge wick?
Yes.
Right? That's a hammer. You see how it took off?
Yes.
Yeah, so you need these kind of a signs to potential, but that doesn't mean that the bottom is it could give you a 1 day bounce, the price can reverse back down.
Yes.
The main key is the direction. The direction of the swing is down. As I said before, what you're trying to do, you're trying to fight the downswing now by buying something that are hoping that thing will turn down. It will turn up. But that's not the clear direction in front of you. But you're fighting that thing to the upside. You're hoping like, okay, yeah, it's gonna hope. It's a hope, right? So when you trade a structure, it will tells you here. So you can see this green line here. You see, this is momentum. This is ratio. See, momentum right there is weakening, right?
Mhm.
So then when you go here, you see how the swing turns here? So now if you go to the direction, It's down.
Yeah.
So now the thing is like, okay, well, we can make this chart fancy. We can do a bunch of things here. Or, and you say like, okay, I want to put my 50 here. I can do my 200 here. I can put a VWAP here from this low that's already broken. Okay, what else VWAP I can use? I can, you now have to find lower swing to see where else we can find the VWAP. This is already broken. VWAP it works and sometimes it doesn't. It just there's no such thing perfect. Perfection doesn't exist in trading. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It's just there's never going to be a 100% bulletproof system as that anyone can build in this in the world. I think I'm close to it, but it depends on your trading and your win rate. That tells you if your system works or if your system doesn't work. You gotta do those trades. So it just we can draw fibs, we can calculate extensions, we can do this to this. That's your support right here. You want to open up more, you can do this. There's many ways that I know that I could show you where will be the potential floor where the price might take a pause. But right now, this is the battle zone, okay, against this. So you see where that if it was all green here until the line here turned red because you took out the previous swing low. Now, now the question is, you have a low here, higher high, higher low, lower high. You see right there? Didn't make a new high. Look at the price here, 76.52, 76.23. Talk about double top right there. And
Good.
now it just flushed everything back, it just backs down here. So it will take few more days or so because you see momentum is weak. It'll take few more days. I think it's gonna curve is back up. This double top might break. I think I haven't even traded that stock. This stock is just turning around. That's gonna be a long story.
Yeah, it's come out from really like a nice downtrend for years.
Oh yeah,
And I think this
I
is
can see it.
testing that it went down again to the testing that level.
Okay. Well, again, if you bought it, I hope you're gonna be. Again, you have to understand one thing that you're fighting something that has no positive signs yet.
Yeah, I bought it in the weekly, like my analysis in the weekly, not in the daily.
That's fine.
So
Yeah.
so that's
Give couple days and see if it plays out. But again, try to trade which has positives compared. Like you see, like I looked at what three things: swing is down, signal is sell,
momentum.
direction is down, and RRG is weakening. So there's no positive.
Yes.
So so at least one positive sign that will say like, okay, well, there is a potential. Well, you got 4, 5 different ways that, okay, well, everything is just okay, then leave it. Find different something else. Let me see if it can. That's not gonna give you that early. Buy signal. This kind of a signal will help you, but there's nothing yet because it's just a recent flush. So it's not gonna trigger that fast. And those ones can.
Mo, can I make a request for us to look at something?
Quick. Look at
Uh,
it.
NBIS. The stock is had a very strong rebound from the correction. It did a $17 billion contract with Microsoft about a month ago.
Nice.
Uh,
Mean reversion signal here.
okay.
So you had a price has rallied to 130, yeah, from 110. which was, this is a daily time frame that was triggered on a 1024 daily bar. So we're right here. Okay, so what you're looking for here is basically a V shape. So you're just basically gonna take this swing high and this swing low. You're sitting right at that 78.6 decision mark. Okay, this is where the decisions get made, right here. Okay, to target the 141. 141 is the pivot, which is the high. Break above from here, continuation will be 153. So for the next day or two, you need to see how soon it is going to clear this is 131.16. So it tested it yesterday. That was the first test on this bar. It closed actually right there at right pretty much, yeah, right close to it's gonna see those pennies. So it's right there. So this is a major test. So from here, 141 to 153. So if it gets here, it's a 9 point, it's a 9 ATR play. So 130 puts you at 140 roughly. So 140, that's just this 140 to 153. Yes, yeah. So this is good enough. There's plenty of upside from here. You're looking at double the ATR move from here to here. So if it gets here, then we can always open more upside. So that's the place. Good. I mean, it looks above 550, 200 is perfect. I mean, there's not absolutely nothing. It's up 372% year to date. Jeez.
You should keep an eye on it. It fundamentally, there's somebody else in the group that raised it, like brought it to our attention months ago. The stock was at like 45, $50. The company is doing a lot of good fundamentals. It's got a lot of good stocks in the AI sector. It did a partnership with Uber and Grab for robotic deliveries and stuff. It's really interesting.
Is it the AI play? What company is that?
Yeah. So it owns cloud centers, data centers, but it has its own stack. So it's very rare in that case. And the guy, it's a whole story. They were like the Google of Russia, and then when Russia invaded Ukraine, they were angry. They didn't agree with it, so they like disintegrated the company and moved to Netherlands, and they relisted the stock and stuff. But the guy's brilliant. Like he sold a company back to Facebook back in the day. And they have an investment in ClickHouse, which is one of the hottest AI private companies. That investment's worth like at least like, I don't know, $5-10 billion. So
Looks good.
it's a really interesting stock, and it's under-owned in the sector, and I kind of under-known because their earnings are just starting to come. Their earnings are gonna jump in 2026, and so a lot of the fundamental analysts, they don't invest in it yet because it's still too speculative in a way, right?
So yes, the rotation looks good, great. Okay, so your momentum is definitely picking up. So you have a positive here. Chart looks absolutely beast. Okay, you got a mean reversion here at 110. Now it's at 130. So
What
it's just a matter of stock is up 372. That's the scary part. Stock is trailing above 550, 200. Perfect. DTR
if we get a
62%.
pullback, where would you look for a buy?
Oh, you already had a pullback.
No,
This is
I
a
know,
pullback.
but
That's what the buy signal triggered.
if we want to add more to a position, what are we thinking?
You gotta watch this key decision, 78.6 and the rotation. Rotation doesn't turn around. I mean, again, you have a buy signal, just look up. There's nothing to look to the downside now.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Momentum is definitely picking up. Yeah, it's bullish. I would
uh,
definitely, there's nothing, there's too many positives.
we should look at it for trading. It's a great stock, and I've been watching it very closely. Every intraday dip this week got bought. They really, the institutions, I think, are buying into
I
it.
have the stock here on this list that I
Oh,
built
of AI and stuff. Yeah.
AI. So I have AI folder. I did a mineral and nuclear sector.
Great. right?
I have all these rats here.
The
So
the
whenever
uh, the other stock to
people are
look at.
crazy about these stocks, like these are all mineral stocks. I don't know what this guy is giving me all this. Like, dude, I never even heard these companies before. I'm like,
But
I'm more
but
like an old school.
but the mineral's gonna move a lot with China, right? That's the narrative. So it's a little more risk in that narrative.
They're all moving now. There,
Yeah.
you see, like if you notice that the rotation, okay, on us on certain sectors, they pretty much rotate at the same time. Okay, they don't just like go around um like energy stock. Okay, when energy stocks they move, they pretty much move all together. Okay, because the energy sector doesn't have too many of them. You know, so they're not gonna be there's gonna be few here there, but most of the batch that kind of runs at the same time. Like material here. So it just these are all the material stocks. So like most of these stocks, if you're gonna notice, they trail like they all move together, you know? So when I mean this is not a I mean there's some definitely good companies here. There's
The
Sherman-Williams.
the Mo, the other stock that's looking great is Hood, Hood.
Oh, okay, Robinhood. Yeah,
We we
that one
should
actually
the
showed up on a scan yesterday, as a matter of fact.
the ATR on it, the stock moves.
I have, yeah, it has a mean reversion here as well. Yeah, this one showed up on a scan yesterday. I remember that. I believe, let me see. Do the alpha. I need alpha. Where's my alpha? Here. Alpha 100. We can do full 500 scan. I don't know if it's gonna move or not. Not that many. Geez, what's going on? That's it. It's probably moved a little bit. It was there. I saw it. Let me do the one with a confirmed swing. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Screw that. I'll do 1,000. That's a 1,000. I was gonna scan all 1,000 stocks and not that many. You see, rotation sucks, man. I told you, it's just very hard picks. Yeah, Hood was here. I can do it. Oops, hang on. I can just do it. Because once the scan moves, because the R, see right there. I looked it up. It showed up the other day. Now because it kind of went a little bit, it's not the angle that I want. Because this thing right there is all scripted. So keep that thing in mind. I mean, I can just run a regular one. That's different. But this direction, okay, there's a script behind it, what I'm looking for. So it's only gonna filter these names once it's gonna meet the criteria. So I'm looking for a certain angle. Okay, so and I wanted to look at something that is away from the benchmark, not something here. So these are the names has the potential to move. We can do this, open the watch list. We can do scan. Now, here's a tricky part. Okay, so we have a rotation, this. So based on this rotation, how many swings are down? So these are all the swings that are down, but they have a potential to turn around, but the momentum is picking up. So in the next coming days or so, yeah. But so which one is already up? These are already up. So instead of fighting these ones, you better go with the ones that are already up, right? That makes sense because the direction is already the swing already confirmed the direction. You already found stock that has a potential for momentum to pick up, right? So we go to, I don't know, this one, TDC is a $20 stock. This one, Ryan. So you got a big pop. So the swing right there turned up on this one. So it's because it took the previous swing high. So there's 1 day so far, right? So basically put like a double bottom. So now this stock is where the heck is it? Right here, way down. So it's still got a work to do, right? Because it's coming up from the bottom now. So now if the swing is at least is up, okay, well, can you like see where is the potential? There's a 50. Okay, and that's going to be the first wall. That's your second wall. Okay. So that's your first one, and that's your second one. So you see, like you have a resistance right up there. Now we could throw a weave up from this swing right down here. So you can bring weave up wherever you want to bring it. Bring it from here. That one comes up at 56. So it depends where you anchor your weave up. That's always like this. But I'm not from too crazy concerned about weave up. 50 and 200. So just one potential, but this one gives you a swing, but the thing is that I need this. I don't have a buy signal yet. It might come on Monday, but not based on yesterday because it was yesterday pop, right? 8% move, 4-point pop. So we don't have anything yet. Massive volume. Wow. So I don't even know what company is this. So it's just double bottom, pivot is 59. So that will be the ideal breakout. But then if you do break 59, here's just 200 sitting right on top of your head. So it's you see, like it's always gonna be so damn difficult to work this way up. And this one potential bounce just doesn't define or give you that full clarity thinking like, yes, I should size up and I should just go in. You know? Like you have to understand this that how much time this stock has spent, okay, to the downside below these moving averages. Think about it. Look at this time window. From here, look at this. From here, failed, boom, put a double bottom here. That's the price structure. But then if you spend this much time, when you're gonna come back up here, these are the wall right there. You're gonna hit the wall, you're gonna back off. You're not gonna instantly break because you spend so much time to the downside. You trying his way, trying to make his way up. Imagine get yourself in here. Then you take all this beating. Then you came back and retest this 50. Give you a false hope here for the 2 days, thinking like, okay, yes, it's gonna go and retest this 200. Boom. It reverts back down. It just you don't know which way the price is gonna turn, which way is gonna, but at least when you have a swing that is up, at least it gives you that conviction. So like, okay, you know what? Yes, at least the direction of the swing is up. I can focus, I can consider a bullish trade. But then if a stock is down and for such a long time, and then on top of it, you got a sell signal, rotation doesn't look good, but you said, well, I have an edge because I want to buy. Well, you cannot buy anything else, but you have to buy that stock. It's just FOMO trading. That's basically what it is. Because you cannot be patient or wait for a much, more confirmation to say like, okay, hey, I'll go in. It makes sense for me to go in. These kind of a things just you have to understand this. Not every stock has your name on it. Okay. There are 100 stocks here on the watch list, S&P 100. I can expand this thing to 500 if I want. But why? I try to keep them at 50. Where's my here? 50. This is. If you ask me, this is what I want to trade. It's 50 stocks. The top companies in the world by the market cap. I mean, I could like all signals fires here as well. It's just a matter like I want to expand it to 100, I want to go to 200, I want to go to 500, I want to go to 1000, then I want to go to mid cap 400. There's so many of them. I can go here to a mid cap, where's a mid cap? Here, SBS 400. There's usually 400 stocks. It's the same thing. Look. Oops. Oh, I just went. What did I do? Right there. It's the same stock, same signals. It depends. It all depends on me how much I want to trade. It works on everything. Just give me a ticker. A nice breakout here. I haven't even looked at that stock. If I drew a channel here, so I must have looked at the chart. I don't even know what stock. Oh, healthcare stock, Omega. Like, it's 400 stocks right here. So it's all depends like how much you want to trade, how much risk that you want to take. There's no guarantee on these signals. I mean, you think they cannot fail? Of course they can. Okay, I gotta go. My wife, she's calling me downstairs. So you just look. I can put any ticker pops up right away. Boom, just it's a buy a signal. Boom, just buy. No, I gotta look everything. You're not gonna get to that 70, 80% win rate by just trading this. You're gonna blow up your account. That doesn't work this way. You have to you need to find alpha. These are alpha trades. That's what we're looking for. Look at these moves. Oh, jeez. Some of these stocks, they go nuts. Like from some of these buy signals, if it triggers, like look at this. I mean, these are big, huge moves. Some of these stocks, even on the sell side or the downside as well. These are 400 mid cap 400 index. See, every stock is different. See, this one closed at a bullish candle yesterday, bullish, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna just load up over a one single day. I got no buy signal. You know? So it all depends how much you want to trade. Okay, I gotta go.
Thank you, Mo.
You're welcome, man. Thank you. Have a good rest
You
of the day.
have a good weekend.
You too, man. I'm gonna a few things to